Okay, are we good? Oh, we're good. What's going on, stream? How you guys doing? Welcome. It's Sunday. As you can see, something a little different, just for a little bit, not long, maybe a half hour. Actually, might not even be that. It might be 20 minutes. It looks like we are raiding TD momentarily, and then after that, we'll probably either do the AMA, or if we have people for a group, we'll run something. I'm supposed to be logged over to Pantheon in roughly 35 minutes, but I thought we'd jump into EQ2 real quick. Hey, Cross, what's going on? Hey, you're here. Yeah, don't go kidding yourself. This is not me starting to play. I only loaded this up just to, just to kill some time. Anyhow, as you guys can see, this is the EverQuest 2 launcher. I am not on the All Access, so I am not signed up at the moment, so I don't have the 10 different character spots. As you can see, there's a character down here that's locked because I don't have the All Access membership. One day, no. So anyhow, I thought maybe we'd go through a little bit of the introductory process for starting in EQ2, and then I'll jump back out and switch over to Krushnek. Not to do anything, just to show a bunch of the stuff that EQ2 offers, if we have enough time. So anyhow, this is your character select screen. Pretend there's no character here. This is Amadeus. This is my dirge. You can see over here, he was level 90 last time I played him. Level 90 content was a very long time ago. I think they're up to 130 now, or 125, I think. We have our swashbuckler. Some of his gear isn't showing. Over the years, when they make changes to mechanics or stats or augments, like socketed things that you would socket into your armor, they become invalid until those socketed items are removed. So some of the stuff on my swashbuckler has been unequipped. Now, I still have the items when I log in, but I can't put them on until I unsocket them to unlock the actual piece of gear, and then I can put it back on. That's neither here nor there. Anyhow, this is the beast here. This is Krushnek. I absolutely love this armor. As you can tell, I am a Barbie. Massive Barbie. Everything's got a match. You can see over here, he was level 125. Now, let's just go through and create... So, we're not going to create a heroic character. This is what I was talking about before. Depending on your account, you may have the option to create a heroic character, in which case it gives you an option. You can either try before you buy and test drive a level 100 tune with 280 alternate advancement points. Think of mastery for Pantheon. A flying mount, a full set of armor, weapons, and jewelry for your level with some restrictions. Or you could jump over to the no restriction, which means you automatically get a level 100 permanent tune with 320 AAs, your own flying Pegasus, armor, weapons, food, drink, potions, no restrictions. Now, for that heroic character, as you can see here, you got to pay for it. They're not just going to throw a level 100 at you permanently. So a lot of people, realistically, you shouldn't even do this. If you're going to give EQ2 a try at all, you should start from level 1. Don't jump to level 100. You won't know what you're getting yourself into. This is pretty much for established EQ2 veterans who are coming back to the game for some reason. Don't do it as a new player. I promise you, it will turn you off. It will hit you with so many things when you log in. You'll be like, what the frig is this? I'm done. I want nothing to do with this. There's 1,000 things popping up. No. Start at level 1. Don't do this. Anyhow, we're not going to do this. So we'll go in and create a standard character. Now, when you create a standard character, it gives you 5 different servers to join. Server types, sorry. As you can see, 4 of them require membership, which makes sense. It's how they stay in business. This is the core game. This gets you all the content traditionally, blah, 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 whatever. Progression server. These are servers specifically designed to unlock over time. These are great for people who want to experience the game from the beginning again, or friends that may want to get together and hang out. However, everybody's got to pay for it. The event server, I don't really know what this is. Maybe this is where certain spawns take place that don't take place on other servers. I'm not sure. I've never joined an event-based server. Free trade. That means that most items that are no trade, bind on equip or bind on pickup or what have you. Everything is tradable. So all the cool stuff you couldn't give, you can now get, like you can give everything. So free trade server, that requires a membership. And then Lore and Legend. Lore and Legend is interesting because in EverQuest 2, they have what's known as L&L, or Lore and Legend, and it's information, lore, gear, upgrades, and history based off of EverQuest lore specifically. So it's actually pretty cool. I don't really lean towards this anymore because I know most of the lore. I don't know all the lore because I haven't done the Dark Paw content or the Daybreak content as far as rating goes, but I've done the SOE and Daybreak content up to group stuff, so I know the majority of what I want, what I need to know, what have you. So we'll go traditional server. Then you come into your classes. So you have your archetype over here on the left, which you guys can't see. Here, hang on a second. Let me put the camera in the top left. So you have your 4 archetypes: Fighter, Priest, Mage, and Scout. And under them you have your subclasses. So click on Fighter, you have Guardian, Berserker. You have Monk, Bruiser. You have Paladin, Shadow Knight. So they're the yin and yangs, pun intended with that logo, or icon. But the Guardian is your single target defensive beast. The Berserker is your DPS wielding beast. So they're kind of polar opposites when it comes to tanking. Then you have your Monk and your Bruiser. Your Monk is your defensive avoidance tank, and your Bruiser is your offensive avoidance tank. Well, not so much a tank as much as DPS. The Monk is typically the more traditional defense base class. Then, of course, you have Paladin and Shadow Knight. Paladin, of course, is single target, but buffs the group. Shadow Knight is kind of multi-target, pulls from the enemies, but doesn't really do a lot for the group. Or at least didn't back in the day. Then you go to your priests. You have the Templar and the Inquisitor. Inquisitor being the DPS side of the scale, Templar being the heal side of the scale. Then you have your Druid, your Warden, and your Fury. I specifically am going over the Channeler for a reason. We'll talk about that in a second. So the Warden and the Fury. The Fury is more your DPS Druid. The Warden is your defensive Druid. Then down here you have your Shaman. You have your Mystics, and you have your Defilers. Defilers are based off of augmenting life force, and Mystics are based off of using pure magic to amplify the group. They also have buffs, of course, traditionally, as would come with a Shaman. Let me see, we got that. And then the Channeler. The Channeler is interesting. They brought the Channeler into the game years after the game had come out because they were trying to come up with new classes. So the Channeler is actually a ranged healer, meaning it's like a ranger, uses a bow as its main weapon, but its abilities have healing properties to them. It's kind of interesting. I tried to break into one, I want to say during COVID. Might have been the beginning of COVID. I think we messed around with one. I'm pretty sure I have a Channeler on my character list, but again, it's locked because I'm not part of the All Access. I normally sign up to the All Access, but with Pantheon, I don't see that being a thing. Then you get down to your mages. These are pretty cool. I've talked about this on Pantheon streams. You have your wizards. So you got your wizard, which is your single target nuker based on elemental. You've got your warlock based off of, I believe, poison and disease, if I'm not mistaken, more of an AoE type caster. Then down here you have your enchanters. You have your illusionist, which leans more towards helping out casters. And you have your coercers, which lean more towards melee as far as their buffs, utility, etc. You get down here, you have your summoners, you have your conjurer, and you have your necromancer. Your conjurer deals with the elemental pets, fire, earth, air, and water, and then you have your necromancer, which deals with your skeleton, for the most part. Traditional stuff. Then you come down to the scouts. Now, scouts are interesting too. You have your rogues here, you have your swashbuckler, and your brigand. Brigand is kind of a single target DPS. Used to be somewhat of a tank when you put a round shield in their hand, but I believe they changed scouts now so that the whole tanking thing, it was just too much for them. Too many swashbucklers and brigands tried to tank stuff that I guess were designed in an overpowering sense, meaning they didn't stay up very long. So they leaned away, if I'm not mistaken, they leaned away from using the round shield as far as a scout-type tank, and they leaned more towards their special abilities. So Swashbuckler, for example, has a couple of unique abilities that the Brigand doesn't have, and vice versa. The Brigand actually has a very important raid mechanic, or raid ability. The Brigand gets an ability called Dispatch. Now, Dispatch, you typically want to save Dispatch for key moments, but Dispatch takes the most defensive mitigation from a target. So when you're going on a raid, you always want to have at least one Brigand with Dispatch. The Inquisitor is the same way. When we were talking about priests, the Inquisitor has an ability called Verdict, and Verdict allows you to instantly kill a target when it's at 2% health. So if you're on a raid mob with 1 billion hit points, you've been fighting it for 15 minutes, you get it down to 2%, you've lost a couple people, you think you might lose the fight, if an Inquisitor can get their Verdict icon to light up, they just kill the mob outright. Then you get down to your Bards, the Dirge, and the Troubadour. So the Troubadour leans more towards caster buffing, caster bonuses, caster utility. The Dirge is melee, and what I mean by that is melee haste, proc to do damage on melee hits. Troubadour has Perfection of the Maestro, which is a song that buffs magic casts, which is actually pretty cool, increases crit chance and whatnot, or crit rate, I think. Yeah, I don't remember exactly. Then you have your Beast Lord, of course, utilize. Now, the Beast Lord is kind of interesting, because when the Beast Lord first came in, the Beast Lord was kind of like the Necromancer. The difference was, with the Necromancer, most of the Necromancer's abilities in a group or raid setting are on itself, not its pet. But if you're soloing, you typically want to utilize your pet as best as you can. Now, your pet's not really a tank in the traditional sense, just like in Pantheon. You'll want to use your pet to try and hold as much distraction as possible while you work your target down. With the Beast Lord, the pet is everything. You take your abilities, even though you may have 8 or 9 abilities that you might use consistently on a target for say, the first 40 levels, you're putting abilities and power into your pet for your pet to do its own abilities. So not only do you have abilities, but your pet has abilities as well that you have to control. There were a lot of complaints over the first couple years of having the Beast Lord mechanic, where people were saying they felt kind of bored when they were in groups or soloing or on raid, because they could design macros and only hit a couple of buttons and that was it. So what SOE did, and they were the first to do this, they tried to find a way to put more active combat into the game. So when they modified the Beast Lord, they created something called, I think it's called Ferocity or Savagery. It's an additional meter that comes up on your screen with abilities, key abilities that you get as you level, unlock, purchase, whatever. As you go up in level, your beast actually learns unique abilities, but you need to feed it energy or savagery. So as you fill up this bar, as you guys may be familiar with other games, ability 1 lights up. Then you get a bit further over, ability 2 lights up. If you use ability 1, you use that savagery and it's gone. So if you want to get over here to 4 to do like your key DPS ability, you have to keep fighting and be smart about your fighting as your savagery builds all the way up to the side. But once you hit ability 4, you lose everything. So it's kind of like a thermometer, just like a give and take of how to play smarter. And the reason why they did this is you can't macro that bar. So you have to constantly be using abilities. So all of a sudden, players are more into the game. They're doing more. Kind of like the summoner discussion right now. The summoner discussion right now is the summoner only has a couple of abilities and players feel like they're not as active or they're not as useful with them and their pet. And that's why the summoner rework, my understanding, is supposed to be more active. You're supposed to be able to do more as the summoner when the update hits. This is where the Beast Lord and the Channeler came in. The Channeler that I talked about earlier with the Priest is the same thing. They do their ranged abilities and whatnot, but they build like a faith meter. I forget what the name of the meter is, but they build another meter that has abilities. And the reason, you might say, well, why is it just those two and not the other classes? They were going to do it to all the classes. The Beast Lord and the Channeler were experiments, and they seem to be taking off. But whatever happened with SOE at the time, whether it was development changes, the team got smaller, maybe they moved to other projects, they didn't have the resources to build out all the classes, so the other classes never got seen to. So right now, as far as I remember, it's just the Beast Lord and the Channeler that have that additional gameplay style to use. Anyhow, then you get down to the Scouts. You have your Rangers and your Assassins. Your Rangers, best from range. Your Assassins, up close, behind the mob, flanking the mob. That's where they shine. So anyhow, let's pick. What time is it? I talk a lot, so I don't want to be late. We don't have long. I don't play priests. We could maybe do a paladin, maybe? Oh. I'm gonna break the mythos of life if I pick a paladin. I could just do guardian. Let's do berserker. So if I... Hey, Hellgear, what's happening? Hey, Archon. So the berserker, you see a phrase says, "Go ahead, hit me, but be warned I'll strike back twice as hard," from Mordek the Unrivaled, hence a berserker. Anyhow, the berserker is the personification of unbridled aggression and fury. They are fearsome opponents, especially when facing many foes at once. Berserkers stand at the forefront of battle, unleashing their devastating rage upon the enemy while keeping unwanted attention away from their allies. Berserkers depend on strength as their primary stat because it determines maximum power and increases damage. Not a big fan of the berserker. Berserker's a phenomenal class. It's just when I go to play a tank, I need to be a guardian. Period. So now you have your races. So you have good, neutral, and evil. So these are the good races. Now, little marker here in the gold border, this is a Daybreak unlock, meaning you purchase the unlock. But once you do it, you have access to that race. I don't care, so I've never unlocked these. So what did I say? We said berserker, right? So you have your dwarf. There's your dwarf there. You can change your gender. And then you can go in if you need to and change alternate appearance. Over the first few years of EverQuest 2, they were trying to appeal to a wider audience, so they were actually trying to add more of an anime-style feel to their characters. So you look at the dwarf, the way the dwarf looks now, and then I go alternate appearance, and you can see the dwarf, the eyes are a little narrower, the cheeks are more pronounced, so it's more of like an anime type style. I enjoy some of the alternate appearances, and I despise others. But the cool thing is, once you get in the game, you can go into your settings and select what races you want to see the alternate appearances and which ones you don't. So it's not like you hit one and that's it. You can actually choose what to look at. Like Halfling, for example, and then alternate appearance. They look vastly different. See? And then you go to, say, a High Elf. This is the High Elf here. Kind of snooty. But then you go alternate appearance. And you can see the hair and the eyes get, like, again, the more lean towards the anime. Now, I really like the ogre's a little... So if we go over to the ogre. So here's your traditional ogre. And it gives you an idea of what the armor looks like. The starting armor, anyhow. So that's your traditional ogre. Looks very ogre. Looks like what you would expect. Now... When I go ahead and hit alternate appearance, we now get Fabio, right? He's more musky. He's more, I guess, less slouchy, standing up straight. Then, of course, you can always go in and change the appearance afterwards. So your regular ogre, the alternate advancement. And again, if you're familiar with anime, you can see the style, the art style they were leaning towards. For somewhat. Now, I really don't care which appearance I use for the ogre because he's got a helmet on his head most of the time anyway, so it doesn't matter. You have your troll. Trolls are pretty cool looking. That's the troll there. Apparently the troll doesn't have an alternate appearance. I didn't know that. I'm just learning that now. I've never played a troll. And you have the Sarnak. Pretty cool. Then you have the Ixar. See the female version of the Ixar. Go to the Dark Elf. Now Dark Elf has alternate appearance. There's the female Dark Elf. There's the male Dark Elf. There's the alternate appearance. Now you can of course go in and change. They have some hairstyles available, facial features, etc. These are just defaults to the alternate appearance. You can see the Erican. But again, I don't have these unlocked. I don't care. Then you have your Barbarians. And their alternate appearance. I actually like the alternate appearance for the Barbarian. Very pronounced facial features. The Rotanga. Anytime I play a scout of any type, I'm usually a Rotanga. These are the rat people. What else? We have the Erudite. They have their alternate appearance as well. Very nice. Has kind of like an oil slick appearance to their, I don't know what you call that, hennas or markings, I guess you could say. See, you can see the shimmer. It's almost like a holographic card. And then of course you can go in, you know, change your appearances or whatnot. You've got your half-elves. I'm not really an elf person. You have your Karens, which of course those in EQ know them from Charval, the Vashir. You have your gnomes, of course. Alternate appearance. Humans, of course. We're gonna do a Berserker. Let's do bred and magically altered to be the fiercest military. It can be practical, approachable when placed in combat. They are unflinchingly dedicated and vicious. Sarnak are well-rounded and good at a variety of classes. Trolls make excellent fighters and priests. Ogres make excellent fighters and priests. Ixar make excellent fighters and mages. I typically lean towards the ogre, but I guess we could probably go Sarnak. Why not? It's all in fun. Let's do Sarnak. Next. So now, of course, you have your randomization. Unfortunately for the Sarnak, because they keep the appearance unique, there's only the horn angle, so you can only shift the horns up here on the top of the head. So you can see how they shift to the front or the back. We'll put them to the back. Over here on the left-hand side, you can see all the different options you can change. Horns, body, head, scales. You could do different sorts of horns. It'll show you. You might not be able to see them per se. You got your angle, your size. There's a lot of customization to the appearances. A lot. You could change the color of your scales, which is pretty cool. Secondary color's not really prominent. Doesn't matter. All right. You have your options to pick from. Typically in the beginning, you had Overlord's Outpost, which leads you into Freeport, and then Neriak, because it's an evil race. These are the starting areas. They added Gorowin a few expansions in to give you a nice third option. We'll start Gorowin. Well, do I want to start? Yeah, Gorowin has nice progression for gear to get you started. Now we've got to come up with a name. Scales. Scales and options probably taken. Oh wow, all the servers are heavy? I've never seen that. People be playing. Krushnek's on Skyfire, I think, right? think he's on Skyfire. Name is taken. Scales with 3 Zs. Nope, taken. We need a Sarnak name. Krushnek. There, that's taken. So the Sarnak are known as the Dizok or Dzok, D-I apostrophe Z-O-K. So Krushnek will work. Now I should probably... Hey guys, what's going on? Not a whole lot, just showing my stream EQ2 before I switch over. I hadn't really signed up to the raid until, I don't know, might have been 2 hours ago. Okay. So real quick, let's go through this. Okay. So, because I have other characters in the game right now, when I jump into the game for the first time on a new character, I did not. It remembers your user interface. So it shows, when I start this character, do I want to use the UI layout of Amadeus, Krushnek, or Ricardo? Your UI layout, this game, I've said this before, this game is the single greatest game in the world for its UI. You can move around and reshape just about everything. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. So we're going to say we want to use the same UI layout as Krushnek. We always use Krushnek. Never mind these updates up here. It's not for you guys to pay attention to. This is nonsense down the road. This achievement reward. Oh, hang on. Let me... Where can I put... You know what? Let's put the camera lower left. Okay. So anytime you earn an achievement, it pops up in its own window. You can move all the windows around, so blah, 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 whatever, don't care. Now, I've been a long time player, so there's going to be a bunch of pop-ups that may come up here. There's your help window for a new player. They have it fully fleshed out. It took them a while to do this, but it's fantastic. It answers pretty much a lot of the questions about the game right here and then. You don't have to worry about asking too many questions in-game. You hit your little plus, let's say you want to learn about voice chat, hit your little plus, it'll tell you about the voice chat options. You want to learn about guilds, it'll tell you about all the guilds. We'll close that. So this is EQ2, it runs very smooth. It can run on just about every computer out there. I will say this, if you do decide to give the game a go, there are 2 different styles of install. There's a streaming install and there's a priority install. If you choose the priority install, it only downloads the key components that you need to jump into the game, and then as you move through the game, it will load wherever you're going. So for example, we're in Gorwin right now, but if we go ahead and zone out of Gorwin to the next area, you'll probably you'll be on a longer splash screen as all the assets download, and you can see all the assets downloading at the bottom of your screen. If you go to the streaming option, the game will actually fully update as you're when you go to set the game up. I highly recommend you always do a full install, because if not, you'll be stuck with a lot of lagging and hitching as it tries to download all the assets while you're playing. So always do the full install. Always. Now, we don't have any add-ons or mods or anything. We don't use EQ2 maps. So you can see by default when I open the map, and yes, there's a map. I know. Don't come at me about maps. You can see that they've now marked areas, so you can mouse over the yellow circles and see what the area is. So if you have any quests that require you to be in Piran pools, or time-worn pools, you can see time-worn pools is here. Now, you can left-click and mark it, and it'll give you a trail to follow until you get there. Once you get there, the trail will disappear. It shows you the different camps, different stations. This is the icon for travel posts, griffin posts, 2 wings here, whatever. You'll learn this as you play through the game. Then of course, you have your character sheet. You have a bunch of tabs here for your character. Equipment and appearance. I've mentioned the appearance thing because, yeah. As someone who's a Barbie, this is the most important tab for me. This is my gear for my class that I'm wearing. Now right now it's nothing fancy, it's just basic berserker armor. It's just to get you started. But if I ended up with some appearance gear that made me look like I was oozing poison or disease or I had some aura about me, I don't have to put it on and replace my key components. I can go over to appearance and put them here, and whatever is here takes priority for appearance. It's ridiculous. If I'm on Krushnek, it's ridiculous. I got so much stuff, it's ridiculous. When we were kids, girls used to get these dolls where you'd have to punch out or tear out these little clothes, and they'd have tabs around the side, and you'd overlay them over the caricature of the girl or boy, and then fold the tabs, and then you could just pop it off and take another one and put it on and pop it off, and you had like 1,000 different things. That's what this is. You have wardrobe. This is new. When I say new, this was probably added in the last 10 years, 15 years probably. I don't remember exactly. But wardrobe, think of it like layouts. So you can purchase slots for the different parts of your body, feet, legs, whatever, and you can keep a dozen of the different things. So when you come into the game, if you want to click and build, you can come into the wardrobe screen, say, okay, I want this helmet, I want this chest, I want these forearms, I want these hands, and then it'll automatically, get applied to it. Very cool. Then you have your skills as you go through the game. They level up as you level up. The skills will increase. Your stats are here on the right-hand side. There's quite a few of them for you to follow. You have your factions. The game keeps track of factions in the game. This says city factions, but as you go through the content and the different expansions, this drop-down window starts to have everything. So you can click on an expansion, and then this list will change, and it will show you who you're ally with and who absolutely despises you. It's very important because there's a lot of stuff in this game that requires you to move faction. You have your mounts window. You can hold a bunch of mounts. I'll show you on Krushnek. You have familiars. These were added a few years later. Rage of Cthulhu, that's the newest expansion. So expansion like 25 or 26. These are all the different familiars you can go around and collect. I don't know how to go around and collect them. I've never bothered with it. It's not really my thing. Mercenaries. Mercenaries are pretty cool. Again, I'll show you on Krushnek. Currency. It keeps track of all your currency, different currency that you had. These are all claims that I have on my account because of how long I've had how long I've had the game. So I have a bunch of lore and legend items that I could claim if need be. These are weapons and gear that are based off of signature items from EverQuest 1. It's pretty cool. Part of the whole lore and legend thing. It's pretty cool. Housing. You can own all sorts of houses. Again, I'll show you on Krushnek. Dungeons. You can actually create dungeons to run. I haven't looked into it. I don't know anything about it. Biography. You write your character's history. Options. This is all your stuff for your character. If you have prefixes and suffixes, you can choose what to display. Your character flags, anonymous role-playing, AFK, looking for work, recruiting for guild coalition. You can put your active guild, so if somebody looks you up through the game, they can see what guild you're attached to. Your graphics, you can show or hide your helm. Back gear, you can show your cloak, or you can show your melee weapons, or you can show your bow. Pretty cool. Whoops, what did I just click? Oh. Hide my illusion form. If you have an item that gives you stats but changes your appearance, you can actually negate that by hiding your illusion form. You still get the benefits, you just don't change from a Sarnak into whatever. Again, that's not a discussion for here. That's for you to figure out if you decide to give it a go. And then EQ2 Share was social updates, but that was their attempt to try and get characters set up for social media. You know, that sort of thing. You haven't gone yet? You should be over there. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I'm going over now. Okay. Well, I gotta stop. We gotta stop for now. We'll come back on Krushnek. But I have to get over to Pantheon. I have offered camp to desktop. I have offered to help with the raid. So we'll do that real quick. And then I guess we'll probably jump back over here. This is a bad idea, chat. I shouldn't have come in here. This is a bad idea. This is such a bad idea. Hey, Spectre, what's happening? City of Heroes? Yes. City of Heroes was phenomenal. Isn't there a fan server for that right now? I'm pretty sure they got a fan server, right? Hang on, chat. I don't want to be late for the raid. Now, they might have more than enough people, so I might not even be needed for the raid. We'll see. Just seeing you do it is a bad idea. It's backed by the original devs? Oh, interesting. All right, hang on a sec, chat. Bear with me, chat. I gotta find these guys. They're talking, and I don't know what shard we're supposed to be on. Oh, excuse me. I gotta switch over to Pantheon. There we go. I can't believe I'm entertaining jumping back over to EQ2. That's ridiculous. I really shouldn't do this. Oh, dude, EQ2 was phenomenal. I don't know what it's like now, but it was phenomenal. The fact that all 4 regular servers were at heavy population, that's crazy. I'm just loading in now. What shard are you guys on? Okay, good. I chose right. Okay. Game? Don't you do what you were doing last night. Get me into the game. If I don't load into the game right here, VR's got me banned. Oh, there we go. We had a rough time last night trying to get back in the game. If we're going to the raid zone... God, people are loud. Sorry, chat, I'm trying to... People are so loud. I don't know what to expect from the new graphics changes, so... We're going to turn settings down for now, and then probably risk a disconnect or a lockup as we test to see what we can slide up or down. I think render quality. You know what? Let's leave render quality. Let's leave this on for now. So when you mount and your mount hasn't rendered, this bug happens. Just so you know. That's what I said, Nighthere. First time I saw it, I was like, it reminds me of a dog wiping his butt in the carpet. Once you zone, it fixes it. Or if I dismount and then recall it, it fixes it. But I'm not worried about it right now. We just need to get where we're going. Oh, bear with me, chat. Bear with me. Bear with me. I will get back to chat in a second. I'm trying to watch people to see who is really, really loud and needs to be turned down. They've killed everything? Do I have? No, stuff is still up. Okay, they don't have me with melee, so I'm not even caster. Necro and Enchanter, okay. Okay, just to be safe, let's go down to medium. We'll leave spell effects on. Okay, we got that, we're in our group, we're good here. As a new player in Pantheon, I've always liked to play Druid in other games like EQ, EQ2, Vanguard, and WoW. Are the Druids in Pantheon pure healers or can they DPS? Yes, they can DPS. Is the game active? Like, do you see people out in the world? On this server, yes. I don't play on any other server but the main server, which is the US East server, Stormona. But yes, the game is always active. Now, keep in mind, this game is still in development. My voice is low compared to the game? Oh, you're right. Why is my game audio so loud? Oh, sorry chat. It looks like the update reset everything. How's that? Is that better? Do we sound better? 1, 2, 3, 4. This is me talking. Is everything good? Are we okay? Should I go lower? You say better. Is it good or should I go lower with the game sound? Maybe we'll go lower? Nope, Krushnek's here. Lower. Alright, how about if I go down here? Is this alright? Hopefully this works. I don't want to go too far down. There has to be some audio, because if I'm not talking, I need you guys to hear something. If I'm not talking. What a funny thing to say. What are we talking about here? Just pull music. Yeah, I guess we could do that too, right? Let's put that up. Ambient volume. Sound effects we don't need really loud. Locomotion. Combat music. Put that down a bit. Okay, how about if we do that? Does this work? 1, 2, 3, 4. Now I'm going to stop talking so you guys can hear the sound. Okay, we got hit with a bit of lag there. That's a very telling sign. Yeah, it's good now? Okay, perfect. Sorry, I was going to say, this game is still in development. So, I'm going to put it to you guys this way. This is how many people started playing the game when it went into early access. After the first month of early access, this many people started playing the game. There were a lot. There were 13,000 people. A lot of people realized this game was still in development. This is where all the quote-unquote hate and whining came from. So, this many people are what's left right now playing the game. Now, a lot of you out there will say, oh, well, that's a failing game. No, it's not. This, from this, means this many people shouldn't be in this game while it's being built. So wait till it launches. That's all I'm saying. This game is still in development. Anybody who comes in and bases the status of this game right now because of the population currently is ridiculous. I'm not a mean person, but you just, whatever you think you would call somebody who's completely ignorant, that's what those people are, whether it's you or somebody else. So this game is still in development. Smarten up. The people that are playing right now are the people you want to see playing the game right now because we are what you would consider the faithful. We're in it to win it. How does PvP work on a regular server? They're using what's called the Wild West method. There are no rules. What you might consider as griefing is part of the game. Now, I believe there is a level range. I believe there's a 5-level range as far as what you can interact with on PvP, but other than that, it's Wild West. On a normal server like this one, there's no PvP. PvP is on its own server. It's not an option you can turn on and off. How am I still getting... Oh, my computer might be downloading something. Like, how am I still getting lag here? That is so weird. I didn't think the client... Hang on a second. I didn't think the client was still running, but let me check real quick. Nope, everything's good. Pantheon's the only thing using... Weird. Weird. Okay. Oh, you know what? It might be the combat log. No, I haven't had a chance. So, my plan's probably the wrong word. My idea this evening was to start with a bit of EQ2, just to show some of my current EQ2, Krushnek, etc. Then jump into this raid, get this raid out of the way, and then go over the AMA afterwards. But I need to see if people are going to be on and they want to run something, because if they do, then we'll run something. But if they don't, we'll go over the AMA. I haven't looked at it, I haven't read it. I'd like to see what it contains, or what's in it. Excuse me. That's better. Sword is so ridiculous on an ogre. Two-handed or dual-wield warrior, more DPS. I'm holding the best two-handed weapon in the game right now. So two-hand for now, and I'm not tanking. If I was tanking, sword and shield. The only way to go with the warrior for tanking is sword and shield. If you're not tanking with a shield on a warrior, you're doing it wrong, and I don't know what else to tell you. There's no point in fighting me on it because you're wrong. But I'm using a sword called O Cherished Blade Cindercleave, or Cindercleave for short. You can see it's a pretty beefy weapon. It drops off of this mob that we're going to, Tel Daedrus, or Del Taco. It drops off the raid mob up here. And it's normally a very rare drop, but as part of the whole wind down to reset, they increased the spread of loot that drops on all the names in the game. So normally, let's say there was a 25% chance for a boss to drop A, a 15% chance for that same boss to drop B, a 5% chance for that same boss to drop C, and a 0.3% chance to drop item D or what have you. This was the hardest drop to get. When they normalized the drop percentages, they put everything pretty much at, you could think of it as quarters of 25. So if there's a name out there that drops 10 different items, they all have a 10% chance to drop. Or if there's a mob out there that drops 4 different items, they all have a 25% chance to drop. So you have an equal chance to get anything a name drops. That's only until the reset. Once the reset happens, all of these numbers will go back to the way they were. But I was actually fortunate on the last raid last week, and I got Cindercleave to drop, so. But if I was tanking, I'd be sword and board. I'm not tanking. I'm just here to bump my group's DPS. Also to help these guys out. I've killed this boss 12, 13, 14 times already. I'm just here because I enjoy raiding. I enjoy raiding. These guys had asked, if we were available to sign up. So here we are. And I believe we'll probably be doing this again on Wednesday. Not with these guys, but a different organization. Because the group of people that I hang out with are pretty cool, and people like us. Yep. Who's my group leader? I have no idea. Brain. Where's Brain? Brain. Alright, this is the setup chat. This may take a few minutes. Cleric, Shaman, Enchanter, Druid. We're good. Oh, wait a minute. Haste was removed, wasn't it? I don't think Conquest Formation works. Well, that's a nuisance. There. That's the sword there. It's so... Dude. It's so ridiculous on an ogre. I love it. I absolutely love the size of two-handers on an ogre. It kind of... If you're familiar with EverQuest 2, actually, and I've said this before, it kind of reminds me of the Guardian mythical weapon, Velorak, from EverQuest 2. It was a blade that had 3 glyphs etched in the blade that glowed. But the difference is, in EQ2, it had a spiral effect that happened to the sword. Whereas this sword has the vapor, smoke, smolder, whatever you want to call this. Wow, they just said the Patriots are going to the Super Bowl. Wow. I didn't see that coming. Good on them. I'm not a fan, but good on them. My boys got deleted by Seattle. Patriots defeated the Broncos to advance to the Super Bowl. So the Broncos are out. The Patriots are Super Bowl bound. It says here 10 to 7. Wow, what a game. 10 to 7. There was like no scoring. That's like all defense. Wow. Wow. Are we looking at Seattle versus... Oh, God. I have to... Okay. We have to cheer for... who are they playing? Not the Chargers, right? Who are they playing? I don't remember who they're playing. Oh, it's the Rams. The Rams. Ugh. Well, I'm gonna have to go with the Rams. I don't like either team, but I definitely got to go with the Ram. I am not a Seattle fan. I'm a Niners lifer, so if you know, you know. Boo, Seattle, all the way, period. I guess I'm cheering for the Rams. I don't like the Patriots because a handful of my real-life friends, years ago, 2002, 2001, 2002, bandwagoned over to the Patriots. And nope, forget it. Forget it. I never heard the end of it. So, Patriots in Seattle? Nope, thank you. So I guess go Rams. I mean, they have to win tonight, but go Rams if they win. Oh, that's going to be... oh, man, this might be the first Super Bowl I don't watch if it goes down to New England and Seattle, because I really don't like either team. And I'm not that invested in the halftime show because I'm not familiar with Bad Bunny. Wow, this might be the first Super Bowl in 30 years that I don't watch. Oh, my. I've watched every Super Bowl over the last 30 years. From a kid all the way to today. And this will be the first one I miss because I can't stand either team if Seattle wins. What is your take on Alberta and Saskatchewan trying to part ways from Canada? Ah, dude. So let's... we used to talk about politics and religion on this stream all the time. I had a bunch of cool people. We used to have lively conversations. Nobody got their panties in a twist. Whenever we talk about this, I expect you guys to be respectful. There's no need to get your panties in a twist, what have you. So, as far as the Alberta-Saskatchewan thing, Alberta could very well be self-sustaining. With the amount of oil they still have, they could definitely be self-sustaining as their own thing. I'm not sold... Oh, I have a phone call. Hang on a second, chat. All right, sorry, chat. I'm back. I'm back. My talkative neighbor. We're finally supposed to, they say we're finally supposed to see our share of that storm tomorrow morning. I don't think we're going to see it, but we'll see what happens. I mean, it's been like -20 for the past 2 days. It's too cold to snow, but we'll see what happens. Yo, I'm offended by that warrior comment that was just made. Frig him. What? Frig you, man. Oh yeah, sorry. So for the Alberta Saskatchewan thing, I don't know about Saskatchewan. I mean, if Alberta and Saskatchewan get in bed together and want to be a two-province country, I guess I could see that. But Alberta definitely has the means to be. Okay, all right. I'm only here to help, chat. I'm only here to help. I don't know if anybody in the raid is hanging out right now, but I'm only here to help. That's it. No input, just here to help. I selfishly just want the USA Olympic hockey team to be better. Right. Right. Try and round up those Canadians. Oh, that's an option I never thought of. Was it chilly 84 in Cuba? Oh my goodness. Chilly 84. I feel like I might not be going to work tomorrow. It's already freezing. What's on the ground? And it wants to rain for another 4 hours. Oh, yuck, Cross. That sucks. I'd much rather prefer snow to ice. Obviously. It's always the worst. I weep at how awesome. I am sure he's a DL, but how much of a limp noodle that chainmail makes him look like. That's the new sword that drops to the graveyard. Lancelot has that currently. I like the little wisp effect that it has, because as you're moving and fighting and running around, the wisp will circle around you or shoot out behind you or what have you. You can see the wisp right there, see? See it passing? It's a cool spell effect. I wish the Spear of Endless Frost had a graphic. Sorry, I wish Spear of Endless Frost had an animation, but it doesn't. Excuse me. I'm sure, yeah, Wave Crash, I mean, look. That whole ogre ridiculous appearance. This will be a good test to see how my DPS pairs against the other warriors. If I stay alive. We'll see what happens. If my healers stay up, I'll be good. If my healers go down... What sword is the paladin using? Up there? What shield is... That's a good question. I need to see the front of it. I'm not familiar with the square graphics, so it, I mean, they're not wearing anything from Wildmound, so I don't think it's from the Cradle. I don't know what shield that is. We're good. Okay. Why am I getting... I never get lag. Went down. Can't do anything when the healers go down, my friends. Hey Soto, that Cinder Clee drops off of this target. It is best in slot. It's the best two-hander in the game. Until I see something better. Huh? Okay. Shield +5, strength 5, resist, shock 379, 23. Warrior Paladin requires 24. That's the shield? Oh, it drops off Modris. We've only ever seen him drop his axe. Okay. Sorry, my bow. Holy render, Batman. How you guys in chat doing? What's going on? Any of you guys in the midst of this cold weather / snow nonsense? Excuse me. Oh, let me ask you guys a question. Does anybody, and maybe you don't, does anybody else here consume whey protein? And if so, have you tried it in coffee? I tried it once last week for the first time, and I really liked it. I think I might do it more often. Doing great. Got a little boost from a guildie, so now we're level 80. Oh my goodness. You're getting ahead of yourself, Cross. In EQ1 or EQ2? And thanks, Sade, for letting me know that it was Giant Stopper. Because we have... Oh, it's on Crushiferous. Crushiferous has, whatever it's called, Giant Lopper. Or Giant Dropper, the crossbow. Wondering if I should put a shield on for this to help with the tail swipe. Although it's interesting because the sword has parry. EQ 1, and you already jumped up to level 80. Wow. Yeah, both my sword and my helm dropped from Tel Daedrus. So the helm is the helm of the Dragon Knights, the best tank helmet in the game. And then, like I said, Cindercleave for now is the best two-handed weapon in the game. And it should remain like that, being that it comes off of a level 47 mob. But I could be wrong. Logged in at 50 today, then it just happened so fast. Goes, hey buddy, come along. Let's show you what the game can be. Willing to show me the ropes and help me get into open raiding. That's awesome. Fantastic, Cross. Fantastic. That's what I like to hear. I hope it pans out for you. Excuse me. He said I chose well, picking a shaman for a first tune. Won't be hard to learn at all. I mean, I will. Okay, so I will say this, Cross. Chat, this is going to sound like another brag. I don't mean it to be. When I learned the shaman over the past decade playing on the progression servers, all chill mode had for years was me as a shaman. I held down 71 other people on raids. I knew who to buff with what, how to buff, what to blah blah blah, all of it. I wish I could say that about all shamans, but I can't. So, you'll definitely be able to learn the shaman, but as far as being the most accessible class to learn, I would have to disagree. However, the shaman's pretty awesome. You're not going to have an issue. You're not going to have an issue playing a shaman, but I will tell you, what you think you can do so much more. So, the shaman is phenomenal. But yes, I wouldn't have thought it was a fantastic tune. I rolled it in the beginning thinking I wasn't going to get attached to it because I'd never played a shaman before. Well, in EQ1 that was a bad idea because I got hooked within like the first 2 weeks. I was done. I was in it. I realized what the shaman could do. I realized what other shamans weren't doing, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to do better. People rarely had to ask me for anything, and I already had them covered. It just comes second nature. So the fact that you're in a guild, the fact that they're willing to help you level, that's phenomenal. Excuse me. Wasn't my disease resist 36? What am I missing? There's only one other. Oh my goodness. That's not automatic difficult to have at this point. Oh, great. When my healers went down, everyone's got no mana. They're going down too. We'll be down on the next stage. I'm gonna have to back out. Yo! I took the tail swipe. I think they changed. I think they changed her difficulty. We just lost most of the raid on that one tail swipe. That's never happened. That's crazy. Oh, it dropped 2 embers side by side. I gotta say, man, even with the graphic settings turned down to save on possible lagging, this still looks really cool. Hey, Borlex, what's happening? Why am I napping? I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on. It's probably because I started the stream with the EverQuest 2. That's probably what did it. Oh, somebody in the raid just said apparently they're testing tuning up the mob, tuning up Teldaedrus to see how it goes. I'm guessing maybe that's posted somewheres. I don't know. But it sounds like they've increased her difficulty on purpose. I gotta replace my wrists and my gloves. Wrists and gloves. That's not good. Yep, haste doesn't work. The bend didn't speed me up any. Wow. Need to come back to get healed. That's a bad spawn. It's just wiped out everybody. Yeah. That was right on top of the tank. I don't know why people, why we. There we go. People DC'd. It's Unity and Intended. Not having haste, man, is rough. $45 shock damage. I think Krushiferous has shock jewelry. I might have to get it switched over to Krushnek. I think I had Snap made me a set. when we were going to go to Wildmount. But I don't bring Crushiferous here. And if people need me to come here, I'll just bring Krushnek anyway, so it's better he have the gear on him. But without haste, man, this fight is rough. For those who don't know, because of the reset, I guess they're redoing the way haste is done. So they've turned haste off with this recent update. So nobody has haste. The banners don't haste, the spells don't haste, haste doesn't haste. There's no haste. Items don't haste. They may say they have haste, but they don't. Haste was turned off. And this is the first time we've been here for this raid target since they turned haste off. But you can see with the health going down, stage 1 is kind of okay. Stage 2 is a little longer than normal. Stage 3 seems to take a long time, and then stage 4 just does us in. I want to tell my group that they're having a conversation about testing, and I want to tell the group that we're the testers. It's not them, it's us. We're the ones that are tasked to test. So my chill mode people are enjoying Monsters and Memories. They're up into their 20s, I think, now, in their characters. They seem to be enjoying it. I think they're moving shards to see how performance changes. Some people have been disconnecting, and we're on the busy server. So I think they want to see how it goes on the lighter servers. I don't know. I'm only doing my part. I mean, you guys have been watching. Like, there's been no problem with my part. Fighting the login boss. You're not hitting hard enough. Yeah, I know, right? I'm not even sure I would want to go on record and say that haste is making the difference. I mean, haste is obviously making a difference on the DPS being done, but this could be survivability. Like, the opening tail swipe is taking out the raid. Now, I don't know if they've done it so that the tail swipe hits room wide now, because it used to be, you used to be able to pull her to one side, and then the raid moved to the other side, and when the tail swipe goes off, then you charge in, then you wait for the tail swipe again, and if you don't have the hit points, you run back out again, tail swipe goes off, and you go back in. We had people doing that here, but everybody was getting destroyed every time the tail swipe went out. Whether you were up close or a mile behind, everybody seemed to be getting smashed. So, I don't know when they went and changed the particle effects in the chamber, if they didn't change her. Maybe they tuned her up. Somebody in the raid said they thought they had read that they had tuned her up to try and get a more challenging encounter. Now, I can't say for certain because I haven't seen it myself. I don't peruse the forums, so I have no idea. So I'm not going to say that Tell Dangerous is harder than she was last week, but something is definitely going on that hasn't been happening. And now, it could be connection for players, and some players might not be mentioning the connection. You know, because maybe they want to make sure they make the raids or what have you. Could be. Who knows? A dozen different reasons. But something is happening at stage 4 that's just wiping out or annihilating half the raid. It's happened on all 3 pulls. Actually, while we're jumping in, let me check my weather and see what the weather is saying. Snowfall around 2 a.m. Oh, wow. So it's saying here, so it said it was supposed to start snowing on Friday. Then it said it was supposed to start snowing on Saturday. Then it said it was supposed to start snowing today. Now it's saying it's supposed to start snowing early morning, straight through until Tuesday afternoon. That sucks. The possible plus side to this, or upside to this, I don't see warmer temperatures and I don't see rain. So that means when the snow falls, it should be light. So it should be almost powdery. That's good for me. It is warm here. We're not participating in winter this week. Right? Been snowing here for like 15 hours already. Really? Can I ask, without being specific to your location, what state or province, like what general area are you in geographically? Are you in Western US, Western Canada, Northwest? I mean, if you're in the Northwest, the US, I get it. Ah, yes. Yeah, you're in the middle of the continent. Yeah, you guys are getting it pretty rough. Toronto, Minnesota, I think New Jersey got it pretty good. Yeah, the past 3 or 4 years, man, the middle of the continent has been seeing the majority of our winter weather. It's crazy. I would normally, at this point, going into the end of January here on the East Coast, I would have probably 4 feet of snow, 4.5 feet of snow, and then it would go up to about 6 feet of snow next month. That's normally what we would have had plus or minus 4 years ago, 5 years ago. The past 4 years, we've had hardly anything, and it just kept getting less and less. Like right now outside, there's no snow. For the most part, there's no snow. There might be 2 inches of snow or 3 inches of snow on people's front yards right now. It's crazy. The last 3 or 4 years, I've never seen this little snow. I mean, we used to have to call neighbors to have them come help us shovel out either our front or back door in order to get outside to do the rest of the show. Like, crazy. It's crazy. Now in February, we should have 2 major storms. The last 2 years, we had 2 major storms in February, which brought some snow. But then everything started to go away at the end of February, first week of March, which is crazy. Excuse me. The saving grace with the snow this week is going to be the cold temperature, because it means it won't be heavy. You're in NS, you're supposed to get it tonight? Yep, East Coast. Wow, so many people in the raid right now are talking about the weather and how much ice they have, ice and snow they have. It's crazy. Crazy. They say there's over 1 million people without power right now. And I'm guessing that's in the middle of the continent. We just had a couple people get disconnected from the game. We're not sure if it's weather related or. Just waiting on people to reconnect, chat. They're slowly coming back in. I get to do this again on Wednesday. Woohoo! Weather permitting. I mean, maybe I don't have power by then. I have no idea. Oh. Gotta be careful. Get behind there. We'll get behind there also, just to be safe. See it. We're going down, chat. This has been a rough fight, man. Haste matters. Healers are running out faster because the mob's not changing phases fast enough. This will be in. Okay, so I just got some information. So apparently there's a community raid that goes on through the week. I believe. So apparently with the community raid at the end of the week, there's like 60, 70 people that have come out and killed Tel Daedrus. So we're the first guild only, meaning 24, 30 people or whatever that have been here to kill this. We're not able to do it. Now, I'm not sure how the raid schedule goes through the week. All I know is I'll be back here doing it again, I believe, on Wednesday. So we'll see how the Wednesday raid goes. Excuse me. They've been at this for a couple hours. I guess a number of people have to take off. I think they're calling it. This will be interesting for me to see how Wednesday goes. Hey, chat, I'll say this. If anybody is wondering what class could be needed in the game presently, based on the current player base, or the active player base, we could use more rogues. Just saying. I've noticed that with the last 2 weeks of raiding, there haven't been enough rogues. Or close to any. So I don't know if people are not playing, they're probably playing alts or what have you, but I rarely see rogues. And rogues are phenomenal, so... If anybody's looking for a least popular or a least populated class, I'd have to say it's the rogue. I even look at the different raid signups. Pretty much not a rogue to be found. Still feels bad. Well, keep in mind, the rogue's not the ultimate in DPS. The rogue's got a lot of utility, so the rogue will have some DPS and some utility. If you're looking for pure DPS, you want a wizard or probably a monk, I would say. But because they gave rogue caltrops and their invis and whatnot, they're not really the traditional glass cannon you would think you would get. They're more or less utility. But they are desperately needed. Excuse me. That's the tooth right there, I believe. We had to make sure we stuck out. Somebody accidentally aggroed her. I didn't want to die again. Wait, I got too much stuff. I gotta get rid of most of this stuff. Alright, we have to switch over to Crushifers for a minute. I have to see what he has for shock resist. Yeah. Not having haste, man, makes a bit of a difference. Yeah. Oh, Login Boss again. Yep. I guess we'll have to see how Wednesday goes. We might end up back in the trenches trying to squeeze out some more experience. That's what I'm saying. We're going to have to get closer to 51. Oh, wow. What, second place out of the whole raid? Holy smokes. You're showing off, Snap. You might be muted. Hey, Nomari, what's happening? Where you been, man? We haven't seen you the last couple days. You buried in snow? You need anything? Do I need anything from my monk? I don't know. You're actually buried in snow? Gotcha. Do you know what we had there this evening? Okay. I seem to be doing somewhat okay until my healers went down. But I will say one of the healers was like out of mana by like phase 3 or part into phase 3. And that was interesting. Sorry, Chad. I'm just having a conversation with a couple of guildies that were on the raid. You got 15 inches? Oh, wow. I mean, I crack jokes every now and then because I was just saying earlier on stream, I'm used to having 5 feet of snow by now. So that would be 60 inches. So I'm used to having 60 inches of snow right now. I know 15 is probably world changing for your neck of the wood. Oh, is this where I camped out? Why am I out here? Oh. All right, hang on. Gotta go back to Sky Durban. Oh, yeah. The moment Tell Dangerous aggroed, I was like, nope, stuck behind. The Mantle of Lunar Grace. Shoulders? Let me check and see when I'm... Yeah, somebody backed up and aggroed her, and I was like, nope. I looked for the red border, didn't have it, so I sat down, stuck behind. I'll tell you something else, too. I still have all my graphic settings turned down from going into the raid. I just came in on Shard 1, which had low population, and I got nailed with a bunch of lag. Oh wow. Okay. That's awesome. Shock. Okay, this is all shock. Yep. Wild. Well, I noticed they seem to have added a bit more detail to the ember sprites because not only did they glow yellow, but they had this black smolder coal type effect coming off of it. I don't know if you guys noticed it or not, but I didn't notice it before today. When Teldadris puts the stuff on the ground that you have to move away from, there's a black smoke trail that I don't recall seeing before. And that was with graphics turned off. Like, appearance-wise, you mean? Yeah, yeah. For sure. Now, I have a quick question. Do any of you have a tune in Sky Durban at the moment? I just need to do a trade. I found the shock jewelry on Cruciferous, and I want to get it over to Krushnek. I didn't really want to take Cruciferous until he hits 50. I could take him, but Krushnek is better. And where Krushnek has Cindercleave right now, I really like that. I like the fact that I wasn't doing 22. Yeah. 1. We're on 1, yep. Okay, I'm there as well. You know, I may think about doing the same thing now that I have the sword. Yes, Sky Durban. On Cruciferous. On Shard 1. I'm right in front of the banker, like on the outside of the tent. There's myself, Raindrop, Slash, Brute, and Acrubius. I thought I went in on 1. I am? Whoops. Okay, I'll go to 1. Well, actually, hang on. Are you in game now, Bobza? Oh, you're at the... Okay, gotcha. Never mind. I'll go over to 1, Snapper. Just stay there. I thought I was on 1. My bad. Okay, do I log out and switch over? I will log over. Stay there. Do. Once we get the shock jewelry over to Krushnek, we'll see how that plays out. I mean, I went down on 2 of those pulls because the healers were dead before I was. There's nothing I could do about it. I could have backed up out of the raid, but I wasn't getting heals from anybody else because I wasn't tanking. Which is fine. That's the way that's the way you would want it to be. But when the heals go down before you do, dude, decisions. I mean, it could be a few things, but yes, definitely that makes a significant difference. But Wednesday, we should see how Wednesday goes. Yeah. It was interesting because it was interesting because the DPS on stage 1 only looked marginally slower than normal. But when we got into 2 and 3, that's when I saw that there was a vast difference in loss of hit points. Yeah, for sure. Were either of you on that community raid over the whatever it was a few days ago? That went pretty straightforward. I mean, were they right in saying there were like 70 people there? Did it seem like they were fast kills, or did it still seem like it took forever? Okay. Gotcha. How does loot work with 70 random killing something? Depending on what drops, they'll go into a rolling system. So the number of the guilds that do the raiding, they set up rolling applications in Discord. They have everybody join, and then they do the rolls. So if an item drops that you could use on your tune that's there, then you go ahead and roll on it. It's not a problem. There could be 200 people there, and loot would still go out same way. It's very, very convenient. It's very convenient. It's very straightforward. You just want to hope people don't start rolling on stuff they can't use, right? Some people see a stat and go, oh, I want that, and then they hit roll and they realize, oh, I can't use that. I just go for the rating. I mean, the upgrades are fantastic, but I'm all about the rating. I love the rating. I don't know how I feel about it right now because without haste, so haste is currently turned off in the game. Nothing hastes at all. Your gear doesn't have it. Even though it may say haste, haste is turned off. Everybody swings normal speed. Everybody casts normal speed. So without haste, so there is a substantially large update coming in the spring that's going to change the way the game is played. Part of that is they have come up with a new calculation for haste. So they have turned haste off as far as we know until the reset. And I think they also want to test to see how the guilds do with current content without haste. I'm guessing. Which tells me if there's this much haste in the game typically, or let's say if there's this much haste in the game right now, and then they took the haste away, and then they bring the haste back at the same thing, but players are already killing the new mobs without needing the haste, then what's going to happen is this much haste is going to become this much haste. So they'll take haste off of items, or they'll lessen haste off of spells, or what have you. If people struggle with having no haste, then when the reset happens, they'll probably put haste back up to where it was. So I believe it's a testing. Everything between now and the reset, so 3 months from now, everything is about testing, I believe. Yeah, but that was with everything working, haste and all that stuff. That, yeah. Yeah. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Okay, so where are we setting fire right now? Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. So that puts shock to 18 and disease to 18. I don't know if 18 doesn't really seem like it's worthwhile. I feel like we have to go one more. I don't want to drop strength and agility. We've got food, so I could probably do one of the earrings as well. Oh, whoops, I grabbed the wrong one. What just happened? Hey, Armac, thanks for subbing with your Prime Gaming, man. Good job dodging those ads, and thanks for the support. I said earring, right? What is happening? Oh, that's the second neck. Well, sir, pay attention. That goes to 27. That drops all the way to 9. I don't like that at all. So we have to take that off. So that's going to have to go... It's going to have to go disease. 1827. That's about as good as we're going to get for now, I guess. Okay. Actually, I'll probably throw all of that over here. Let's rearrange this. Agility, 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 agility. Where's my agility necklace? There it is there. That's agility. Get that on. Okay, so we're ready with 18 disease, 27 shock. That should be okay. Excuse me. Let me go get a dog real quick. I don't know what's better here. 18 physical crit and 18 hit rating, or +2 to strength. Okay, so we want outgoing damage self. .96 with auto, 35 with exposure, 127 on a crit, 97 with disarming, auto, 187 on a crit, 152 with cleave, 123, 152. We gotta get her strength higher. Strength used to be our highest stat until they started giving us all this different gear. Now stuff doesn't have strength on it. No strength. No strength. 2 strength. 2 strength. 1 strength. Not enough strength. Should we jump back over to EQ2 chat? We don't have anything going on here, I don't think. Okay. Oh. What a strange bug. You would think I would still be above ground, just riding on an invisible mount, but nope, they have to put you at ground zero on the Z-axis. Do you think I'd be able... I should be able to solo it, right? So if we need Slin, so that's gonna be the high level tunes. So okay, we might be doing something. I think. We have people. Yeah, with Slin coming on, you'd have to go over to Rallick. Yeah, Juan doesn't have anybody around 30. He spends a lot of time playing. Are you still up by the manor? Yeah, that's the rare spawn that spawns over by the cliffside. He's always been there. I would say that's a safe bet. Is it the bulwark? Vaguely remember that. Well, what are the stats on it? Yeah, definitely low level. Fire looks so cool. I would say either or. So you want to play Bob's, stay on Bob's, and we'll get some XP because I feel like there's going to be quite a bit of Del Taco dying. Don't forget you turned your torch, or probably took your torch off, so put it back in your character. Oh, well, if it's dark and you can't see stuff, good. Yeah, it better be. That's exactly how it's supposed to be. And if it's not that, you're all wusses. May as well. They want to go get some XP, chat, so we're probably going to go to the trenches to get XP. Man, Shard Zero's still almost full. That's awesome. Sundays tend to be the busiest day of the week for the game, so it makes sense. I might just leave my torch off, I think. I think I'm just going to leave it off and leave it in my bags. Some mobs will do that if you run straight through them. It happens in Halnirs too, especially on high levels. It can be a nuisance. Oh, that's not what I want, man. Wait, where are they? Are they in third quarter? Okay, we don't need to change anything for this guy at the moment. No. Well, actually, if Ral is getting on... Yeah. Excuse me. Not CBD, THC? Hilarious. Hilarious. That's okay. As an experiment, I put chocolate flavored whey protein in hot water last week because I forgot my coffee. Anyways, whatever. It was actually pretty good. I enjoyed it. Not something I would have done normally. I wouldn't have thought it would meld good, but not yet. No, I was gonna do it now, but I realized I'm low on food and drink, so I'm at the merchant in Sky Durban restocking. Oh yeah, no. In real life, I did do it last week, but I haven't done it again. But if you saw my cupboards, it's crazy because I've got like 8 different flavors, and I got a bunch of other. Dude. Oh. Oh, gotcha. No, no. I pay my water bill. That's interesting. She used snow. Look how big this sword is on an ogre, man. It's crazy. Oh, we finished Final Fantasy earlier today. I decided to go through it. I didn't realize how fast dude. I only played like another 3 hours and I had it finished. I don't remember it being that short. I think I got really good at knowing where to go to get the best XP for my level. And that allowed me to level up a bit quicker than usual. I didn't really have any difficulty with any zone. Excuse me. What is with the lag I'm getting? $20, $40, $60. Just shy of 80 people on. Excuse me. Hang on now. 47, 3.3. 38, 3.4. 3 agility, 3 dex, 3 charisma. 3 strength, 4 dex, 3 wisdom. We don't really use charisma. I'm sitting at the hill at Camp 3, where we normally set up after climbing over that little rock. I just wasn't sure where we were going. Okay. Oh, since it comes to mind, don't forget your fire resist. So if you're wearing stuff from the rare other stuff, put on a couple fire resist pieces to make it easier for Slyn. All right, we need some fire resistance. Where's my fire resist stuff? Ah, right there. I don't like the fire resist because we have to take off agility, but we have a fair bit of agility. Constitution is horrible. I need to get that neck item off of Teldadris. That's Krushnek. We're compensating. If anybody has a tune, mid to high 40s, you're more than welcome to come along. We have 2 spots open for anybody who might be interested. Just jump in game on Shard 1, send me a tell. First tells get the spot. Excuse me. Until Ral gets here, we may need your pet for tanking. Nope. Oh. How did I not? Oh, I was on timer. How did I not get that? That's good. 198. I'll take it. Got another new sword already. Oh, I got a bunch of different weapons, my friend. Bunch of different weapons. We just pulled this one out because I realized it has a little bit better or more benefit than the samurai sword. And we're not tanking, so I don't have to worry about putting a shield on. This is the Twisted Thorn Blade, which drops over in Wild Mound. All the Wild Mound gear has this infused appearance, these blue veins, mana veins, fury, whatever you want to call it. You may see some players running around with big shoulders that look kind of like that sword graphic. I don't know if this is a thing. I'm noticing something. So I'm using a two-hander with 3.3 delay, which means if you count to 3, that's how often I auto-attack in sequence. So 1, 2, 3, swing. While I've been fighting tonight, if I use a skill in between my auto-attacks, my auto-attacks seem to go off before 2 seconds. Yeah. 1. No. 1. No. 1. No. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. Okay, I don't know what's going on. I'm not tanking. Rallic is tanking. So my two-hand sword is an overhand swing. So watch. So there's one. Just watch my sword animation. There's another one. 2, 3, swing. Okay. 2, 3, swing. Okay. So you see how that's doing every 3 seconds? Watch this. Let me swing. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. 2 swings. It's every second. I don't understand what's happening. Yeah. Look, I'll try it here. Striker breaking. 4 levels, right? Watch. Let me get auto swing in. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. It's happening with every ability. I'm not sure why it's doing it. I mean, I don't know if it's new, something since the update. Maybe this is their version of haste. People have to pay attention to timings. Yeah, it would. I'm legitimately auto-attacking immediately after performing an ability. I think that's a thing, chat. This is insane. I'm not supposed to be swinging every second. is 3.3. Those are seconds. Every 3 seconds, I should be auto-attacking. But if I put an ability in there, it cuts a second out of it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2. Again, I don't know what's happening, but I'm telling you right now, I am swinging faster than I've swung before with using abilities in between. There's the 3 seconds. There's 3 seconds. 2, 3, swing. 2, 3, swing. 2, 3, swing. Range. Range. Why am I getting flame breath if Relic has aggro? What a weird... What a weird placement for that wolf. Fourth quarter just started. Rams are down 27-30. Oh, that's a close game. Oh, man, it's a close game. Something strange is going on. As long as I weave abilities, I'm swinging faster. If anybody else in chat happens to be in game currently doing something, try and look at the weapon speed of your own weapon, do some auto attacks on a target, and then try and weave your abilities in between auto attacks and let me know if you seem to swing faster. Is my, do you still have the thing running? Is my DPS showing that? Am I higher than 22? But that makes no sense. We were 22 for days. Like, even you know 22 was the magic number, and you're saying I'm twice that now? That's ridiculous. I don't know what you did, VR. I have no idea, but this is kind of interesting. It's kind of cool. Oh, look. We spammed so hard on the abilities, they all went on cooldown. Did you say crush? Wait, I just broke a mez? Oh, that's there's only one mob in... Oh, were the two mobs in front of me? I was gonna say that doesn't make sense. It's a frontal. I think it's 120. Maybe not though. Maybe not. I guess it requires some testing. Well, that's good because this mob's 30% to death. Yeah. Yeah. We could do that. I haven't stopped swinging. This is ridiculous. I may have just broke that. It might be a 180. Does it say I broke it? Yeah, it might be a 180. That's a problem. Who? I am. And yeah, my fire resist is 40. Hey Beck, what's the what title? Oh, you mean for the stream? What do you mean? What's it mean? We were, yeah, EQ2, and then we were raiding on Tel Daedrus, and then I thought I was going to go through an AMA, but the group wanted to go kill some stuff to get experience, so we're getting experience. I wonder if this is the new thing they're doing with haste. I didn't break any mez there, right? Yeah, it might be 180. Where's the samurai sword? Right there? doing the same thing. 8.4 delay. Do I have anything that swings really slow? Nothing there. 2.5. 0.1. That's 3. That's 2.4. Maybe? It's 3.8. We have nothing over 4? No, because it would be lower quality weapon. Interesting. I'm intrigued. I even changed out weapons thinking it was something to do with the weapon, and I'm still, like, as long as I weave, man, I don't stop swinging. That's wild. I'm in my inventory trying to see if I have anything slower that I can see if it works, but I don't. What else would that be? Oh, that was the EQ weapon, right? Had like a 12-second delay? Yeah. Right. I was like, wait a minute, he's now talking EQ? Whoa. How many times have I gone off on you guys for talking about XP? Broken record. Right. Wonder what dual wield would be like. We'd be dealing 2.4 and 2.5. So 1, 2, swing. 1, 2, ability, swing, ability, swing. Maybe? Will it calculate both swings? Let's see. See if it calculates both swings. We're not going to be able to use brutal cleave. We're going to see how fast I can swing while dual wielding. I think you answered, but I had to take a call at the same time. I don't want to bug you. I'll check out the website. Whose website? I don't think your sword is long enough, making up for some shortcomings. Yes. With all my swords. Wonder if I should go a bit higher on the fire resist just to help to heal her out a bit. Possibly. Or sacrifice damage, but more important. 49. Maxed out 58. I don't like the loss in agility, but whatever. Like a 7-foot sword. Yeah. It's just, dude, they're ridiculous. The Cinder Cleave on Krushnek just looks foolish. It's awesome, but it looks foolish. When you swing it, it swings almost fourth wall, so it swings like it's going to come back and hit you in the face. You know those videos where it starts with the baseball game and the pitcher throws, and then the second the batter swings and hits it, it tries to freak you out and then go into an actual whatever. It's almost like that. Excuse me. It's really difficult to time with the wield. Trying to do the same thing like rewielding, but it's very difficult for timings. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that, Vec. They were saying that apparently they were listening to the consensus in their Discord, in their forums, I guess. They said they were coming out with their 2 updates that they normally do. And they said there is the expansion that is planned to release around its usual time, so sometimes around November. That's all. I mean, realistically, that's all people need to know. If people are trying to get more information earlier, it means they're not playing currently, and they're trying to gauge when they're going to come back. There's nothing you can do about that. Just find another game to play. That's really all you can do. It's the same thing when people were getting their panties in a twist about Pantheon and their roadmap. Like, it comes down to the game will launch when the game will launch. You know, unfortunately, development and building anything, like go build a house right now. We've got like 15 apartment complexes being built right now. None of them are on time. None of them are ready for whatever date was indicated. Like, dude, do what? Good night. Okay. Is it a big book? I'd do it. I've done two children's books already. I'd do them. I did what was it called? I think it was called, like, it wasn't the Rescue Pals. It was like a firehouse, and there were like dogs and a couple of cats, I think. Yeah. I was putting EQ2 and Pantheon side by side. It's the exact same thing. People want a roadmap because they want to know exactly where things are going to be, so they know if they're going to play the game. They want to know if they're going to put their time into the game or plan ahead of time. Well, guess what? Now you're not. So. Oh, I must have missed something when I was talking to stream. What's the OnlyFans thing? Ah, okay, yep. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I had so I've got half a dozen different mics here that I use for recording. Slyn said to go ahead, but yeah, he said go ahead. And I've dealt with this all my life. I've had people, like, dude, since I was a teenager, I've had people come after me for my voice and say, you should be doing this, you should be doing that, why aren't you doing this, da-da-da, and I'm like, whatever, and I never put any thought into it. And then 2 years ago, I had viewers that came in, and they were sending me offline messages talking about, you should do this, that you really, blah, and I was like, oh, okay, whatever. So I gradually started to look into it, and I found out it's a thing. It used to be funny. So I worked for one of the banks here for about 7 years. And for 3 of those years, I actually got best customer service each year. I beat out over 400 other people 3 years in a row. It wasn't anything special. I didn't do anything. I just talked. But the thing was, every single customer that left. So I don't know how it works down in the States, but a lot of times when you deal with an organization, they'll have a thing. If you enjoyed or if you want to rate your interaction, survey. My surveys were all 100% every time. Now, I don't mean to say this as a brag. It's just what happened. I didn't care. I just did my job to get paid and go home. But 3 years running, I ended up getting the award over like 430 people. So I used to have customers, or sorry, I should preface this by saying, if you guys don't know, when you're calling to do something, let's say banking in this case, and you have banking business to do, we cannot get you off the phone. We can't say goodbye, we can't hang up, nothing. You have to actually end the conversation, and it's up to us to lean you in that direction. So if you call in for your bank balance, for example, my only job is to get you your bank balance. Now, if the profile looks like there could be some assistance or help we might be able to lend, I'll go through real quick and slow down getting the account balance and come up with whatever creative excuses. But the way I talked seemed to go over phenomenally with the customers. But here's the rub. I would have customers that, for lack of a better term, would get comfortable, put their feet up, and keep me on the phone for 15, 20 minutes for a 2-minute phone call. And they would word around they would keep me, and the thing was, so when you work at any sort of contact center or any remote center that deals in over the phone or the internet, you have quality care, which is like the people above you that have to make sure everything is by the by, and if anybody calls and they're disgruntled, they're extremely infuriated, they would something we can't do for them, these are the people that are supposed to talk them off a ledge, so to speak. They would come over to my desk multiple times a day. This went on for years, and they'd be laughing, and they're like, dude, we don't know what we got to do, but we got to find a way to get you to be less pleasant. Like, you need to get people out. And I said, I don't know what you want me to do. If I try and get them off the phone, you're going to fire me. That's company rules. I said, what do I do? And they would laugh every time. And I'm like, I just don't know what to do. So anyhow, it got to the point where over a 4.5-year span, I had, I think, like 3,000 calls or something where people would just keep me on the phone talking for no other reason. And the problem is that negatively impacts me there at no fault of my own, because I can't do my hands are bound. No, banks don't operate like that up here. Like everything is recorded. So if I said anything at all to dismiss with the customer, that's pretty much a flag. I've seen a lot of people get dismissed from working for the banks because they weren't talking. But yes, there is something called average handle time, or AHT, in a contact center or in a remote setting. And I believe at the time it was like 3.5 minutes. So on average, the majority of your calls should be no longer than 3.5 minutes. That wasn't the case with me. Yeah, and it was only me. And the problem is, now I don't get embarrassed, but the problem is everybody I worked with knew, oh, okay, it's him. Like, that's like, it's it. And then when we'd be in training sessions, they would have new recruits come over and sit with me and watch how I do the job or talk to, and every time it'd be the same thing. They'd keep me on the phone, and new people would be fascinated. I'd have to keep telling them I can't get them off the phone. Like, you have to, anyways. I don't know, but it's been with me for decades. People have already, my own family, my relatives have said, why aren't you voicing like 900 numbers and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I don't know. And then I've gotten it on stream for like the last 13 years. Like, it just, and then like I said, 2 years ago, I actually decided to look into the whole voiceover narration thing, and I mean, it seems to be something I'm good for. So I dabble with, I haven't done anything in the last like 4 months, roughly, just my own decision, but it seems to be 90% positive, I guess. I got a couple books out there that have 5 out of 5 ratings, with at least 50 reviews or more, so that's kind of cool considering I just got this thing started. I'm not saying I'm an all-star pro, like I don't do anything different. I'm just me, but apparently me is a thing, so whatever. I think so, but it takes a lot of time. Now, I don't know what your friend did when he recorded his, but if I go and do a book under contract or for an author, publishing company, what have you, it's an ordeal. It's not as simple as reading and that, like, dudes, there's so much you have to do when you do voice work and audiobook narration. I've become an audiophile. I've learned more in the last 2 years about sound. When I listen to you guys talk, I'm listening, now don't get paranoid, but I'm listening to everybody's microphones, I can hear all the stupid things that bother me, like scratching glass or nails on a chalkboard. Like, there are sounds the human mouths make that I now pick up. If I'm watching a video, listening to a podcast, or listening to other audiobook narration, I can hear every stinking sound coming out of everybody's mouth. And the problem is, I never knew it before until 2 years ago, and it bugs the crap out of me because I know people hear it with me, and it's so... Yeah, oh my, I wish I hadn't picked it up, but I'm kind of glad I did. Yay! Now they can snaps, so we're good. As a person who's on the phone about internet issues so often, I get tons of calls that seem to be older people that talk to you because they're lonely and stuff. I've had people hit on me. It happens quite often. I've had people ask for my phone number. I've had people try and get personal geographic information out of me over and over and over again. And, you know, I'm just trying to do my job. But I have that effect on people. I mean, if you've been here on stream for the last 13 years, you'd know. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. I still get offline messages every now and then from people that compliment the boy. And I just don't... It's just me. Now, mind you, I use different microphones, right? I got this mic here, which I'm not using at the moment. I have a mic right here that you guys kind of can't see. I got mics for everything. I got half a dozen mics that all do different things, specifically for audio. I dabbled a little with EQ2 on Friday night. I enjoyed what I played. Shaman will be fine. Yes. The Mystic and the Defiler are both awesome in their own respect. Now, if you're going to be planning, if any soloing is going to happen, so if you're going to be doing any soloing at all, I will tell you this. You will have an easier time on the Mystic than you will the Defiler. Now, I'm not going to say it's a night and day difference, but just to give you a leg up, just so you're not wasting any time this far in EQ2's lifespan, the Mystic is the easier of two to solo. Just in case you were wondering. But the Defiler's a lot of fun at the end game. I ran with the Defiler in the main tank raid group all the time. I would not run without it. Defiler's phenomenal, but you have to get up there in levels. But the Mystic was the easier of two to level, and I've spoken to probably 20 different shamans who all said the same thing. It's like the Guardian and the Berserker. The Berserker is the easiest one to solo or to level quickly. The Guardian and the Templar are the two worst leveling classes in the game. They struggle the most. They're mostly group dependent. Now, maybe not now with all the bells and whistles they have in the game, but going through EverQuest 2, Guardians and Templars were the two worst classes to try and solo. Even Duo was rough, because Guardians don't do a lot of damage. We hold aggro like nobody else, but you're really not meant to do damage until around, if I had to guess, I'd say level 70. Around level 70, there was some gear that turned a Guardian into something else. I'm not necessarily going to say what they are, because I don't remember some of the items. You might be muted. Nothing about the necklace is incoming. It's all outgoing. It's outgoing damage and heal. So if you're a healer, you heal for more. If you're a damage dealer, you deal more damage. Nothing affects you yourself. It's all outgoing. Oh. Yeah, but I'm a Niners lifer, so I despise Seattle. The football team. It was. The game's over now. So it's the Patriots and the Seahawks now at the Super Bowl. I guess I'm rooting for the Patriots. I never thought I'd say that, but I can't root for Seattle. I'm not even worried about that. I don't even know who the, like, I know who's performing. I've never listened to his stuff, so I don't even know what to expect. Oh, really? Green Day. Don't want to be an American idiot. No. Yes, it's in group. I had to mute the stream just to say that. Yes. I think when that was a thing, the world was a different place. Fun, we'll say. And not just the country, everywhere. Like North America as a whole was more fun back then. Oh, so I don't know if you guys know or not. I was talking yesterday about I had found out that there was a movie trailer for the new He-Man movie, Masters of the Universe. I watched it this afternoon. I'm in. I'm in 100%. It looks. Oh yeah. It looks like it's gonna be crazy. I don't know the guy's name. It's like Nicholas Palpatine. It's not Palpatine. I know. I get it. But if you see his name, you're like, oh, I get it. But anyways, everything about the trailer was fantastic. Like all the little things that most people didn't know. Like I watched a bunch of people who put up reactions to the trailer just to see if they clued into all the stuff that was in the trailer. They weren't clued into a lot of stuff, and I'm like, oh, I get it. Okay, but I do think I'm going to see it in theater. It looks like a lot of fun. Like for example, Prince Adam, the human form or the lesser form of He-Man. In the toy form, when you purchase him, or when you bought him in toy form, or even in the beginning of the cartoon series, he had a pink jacket with a white undershirt. You can look it up and see it for yourself. In the movie trailer, he's wearing a white T-shirt with a pink business shirt. Like they hit all the details. And if you watch the trailer, when he sees the sword for the first time, the caricature that's holding the sword is the original look for He-Man. It's what He-Man was going to look like before it looked like what he did. Like, dude, so much coolness in the trailer. Yeah. They got Castle Grayskull, which looks pretty good. They got Snake Mountain, which looks pretty good. They got Skeletor looking fantastic, as opposed to the paper mache mask he wore in the 80s. The Dolph Lundgren movie. I don't know if you saw the trailer, Chad, or if you're interested, but it looks like it could be a lot of fun. I'm going to go see it in theater anyways. They showed everybody. They had Beastman, Man-at-Arms. I think they had Mechaneck in there. What was his name? Damn guy, I can't remember his name. They had Evil Lyn and Tila and the Sorceress. Trapjaw, I'm pretty sure I saw Trapjaw in the trailer. Are you watching the trailer? Oh, the audiobook. Stingor Moss, yeah. And then Beastman was in the trailer as well. He was running along the top of the car. Best smelling toys, yeah. Yeah, I remember. Oh man. Excuse me. There was no Orko. Orko was cool. Yeah, Orko was She-Ra, though. That was a whole different thing. At least I'm pretty sure. Didn't Orko get a start in She-Ra? Or am I wrong? Or maybe there is an Orko and they just didn't put him in the trailer. Okay. I know they had shared storylines. I know that I think there were a couple of crossovers back then. Well, let me see. I'll have to look it up just to see. Orko. Yeah, Masters of the Universe franchise. The character was not initially developed for the 1980s toy line, but was created by Filmation to provide comic relief. So he wasn't in it in the beginning, he came in afterwards. It looks like he was the Jar Jar Binks of He-Man. What are you talking about? Oh. Oh, I didn't notice. I just remembered seeing the yellow message that says your group has killed blah blah blah. Why doesn't the game animation show you swinging with both hands? It does. You're swinging with both hands. When doing certain abilities, your hand comes off the handle, but if you're auto-attacking, it's both hands. See, we one hand for the swing, but then we grab it again with the second hand. You're gonna wanna, yeah, make sure that when we're dealing with Cinder folks, we want to keep them away from Slin. The other mobs are okay, and as long as Slin knows where he's standing when it comes to the wolves, that's fine. But with these guys, because it's a 360, you really can't have him get hit. Because he'll stand up and takes him out of his med if he has to get mana back. I feel like I have haste as I do combat. Good plan. Don't let it pile up. Keep in mind, the heated driveways are beneficial when you've already gone over the driveway, but if you leave snow on the driveway like 6 inches or higher, that's not going to get rid of it, it's just going to turn it into ice. Yeah. Excuse me. Sorry, y'all. I ran out of my drink a while back, and I probably should be hydrating the throat. careful I don't die. That's true. That's one way to look at it, yep. I mean, this ability is pretty much useless now. I wonder if it still changes movement rate. Oh, it does. Wow. So you get the snare, but you don't get the haste. Oh, that's... okay, whatever. How about one more pull? Likewise, I used to. That's a good call, because we use that up here as well. Yeah. Bob's just made that word up out of the blue. He's just sitting there, he just threw some words together and came up with that. Surprise. How's my DPS been the past 3-4 fights? Still up around 40? Something's up. I'm sure they've changed something. Something is up. This is not right. There's no way I go from 22 on average every single evening when I ask to more than double that. Nope. Shut up. Stop. Stop. They were trying to make me feel better, so you know. Yeah, okay. Screenshot or it never happened. But you got there, so comedians would be proud. I know. Yeah. Well. I think I would. I don't know because I've never had it happen before, but I do believe I would. Yes. Keep going. I just enjoy it too much. I just have to watch myself so I'm not doing it, 10 hours a day. Yeah. That's pretty good. That's really good. That's like 1% type stuff. But see, my thing was I spent. Yeah, well, see, my thing was I spent the better part of a decade streaming EverQuest. Arguably the worst MMORPG to stream because the majority of the population that watches streams, they're not doing it for EQ. They're doing it for WoW. Even RuneScape got 1,000-fold viewership over EverQuest. But dude, it's a game I fell in love with. There's a reason I streamed it for almost 9 years. It was cool people. It was a cool time. Lots of moments, but unfortunately, it's not a popular game on the internet. To us players, sure, but not to the internet, en masse. I probably should have spent my time going through World of Warcraft. Yeah, exactly. Excuse me. Whoa, what happened? Yeah, it's the frontals from the fanatics, but... Oh. Yeah. You got 2 frontals from the... Yeah, run. Oh, he's not gonna run. Run off, run off. Run. There you go, you're up. I don't know, Slyn. Even with the smolder in the area, I still feel like it's too light. Oh, gotcha. I don't want to go down there and get aggro. Dude, that sword looks cool, man. That's awesome. And see, again, it's another unique item. So when you see that, you know it only came from one place. That's not bad. Cruciferous has 274. Excuse me. I don't know what Krushnek has. Yeah, that sounds more like what Krushnek has. Accessible is the term I use. Good plan. You did. Excuse me. Gotta check the weather. Yep. Next 48 hours. Non-stop snowing is what they're saying. That's what they were saying 2 hours ago. As long as it stays cold, we'll be all right. They're right here. So if you heal for 500, you do 250. Or, yeah, right, yeah, that's it. Yeah, the amount you heal, you do half the damage. Or half the amount in damage. Right, so if it takes you 500 health to get full, you get the 500, but you do 250 damage. I mean, it comes with the class. I'll be honest. I mean, I don't want to play a priest because I don't want to get addicted to them, but I think a druid would be phenomenal. Oh my goodness. That's the... That's a name that you should have written down and never dealt with again. I have a notepad in front. True story. I have a notepad in front of me right now, and it's got 7 names written on it that I can see, and I will never group with those people ever again. Your name is not there. Ha ha. shouldn't say 7. There are 2 I will definitely never do anything with ever again, period, if I cross paths with them. And I haven't, but if I do, then the other 5 are just question marks. Yeah, like, I'll give them another shot if I cross paths, and if it's the similar result, nope, they go with the other 2. But there you go. Perfect. Okay. Well, that's not bad. I got 27% to go. Hit 50. That's not bad. Okay, I should be here, barring the weather. Alright, chat, the group is done for the evening. I'm going to jump over, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I'm going to jump over into EQ2 for the rest of the stream. We don't have enough time to go over the AMA, so maybe tomorrow we go over it, maybe Tuesday. I do want to go over it regardless, and I'd like to go over it on stream, but we don't have time to do it this evening, so I'm just going to switch games. So bear with me a moment while I get everything switched over. So if you were here for the Pantheon portion, I hope you guys enjoyed your time as always. We should be live again tomorrow. I think the guys want to do something else with other tunes, so we'll be on other tunes. No problem. I'll be heading out for the most part. Right on. Alright, well, you guys have a good night. We did that, we did that. We got that. Alright, just give me a second to log in, chat. I gotta update the stream too. People are gonna think I'm still in Pantheon. I can't believe I'm about to do this. This is ridiculous. Okay. We need that. I'd be more comfortable doing a class I already know. Well, you know what? I mean, we could probably get rid of the Berserker, maybe do a Swashbuckler. I don't know. I've never really been a fan of the Berserker. They're a phenomenal class. It's just, I've always leaned Guardian. Excuse me. Oh, we can stick with the Sarnak. Why not? Excuse me. You have unread mail. Man, I gotta say, like, the graphics are sharp. It's been a minute since I've been in here last. So of course, EQ2 uses similar to World of Warcraft, where you have icons you can see on the mini-map here. There's a feather. We open the map. There's a certain range, an aggro range. As you can see, we see feathers here as well. We see those because we're close enough to see, so if there were feathers or quests over here, you'd see the feathers as well. That's why you don't see any feathers over here. Come over here, you don't see any feathers here or here because we're not in range. So it's kind of a guide to lead you towards that. And they did that because, as with World of Warcraft sort of holds your hand when you jump in, and it leads you to the exclamation points and the question marks and the so on. This is EQ2's version of the exclamation points and the question marks. Feathers can be different colors. Typically the reddish looking or white feather are standalone quests. There are green feathers that indicate trade skill quests. I believe there are, I think it's blue for repeatable, I think. I tend to use line of sight. Whatever I see, I'll pick up. So we'll go talk to this guy.
Finally, a new recruit. I was beginning to think I'd turn to salt before they sent anyone to this beach. And if I did turn to salt, I suspect the Waweran Spirox would have a fine time pecking me to bits. They don't take to our presence on Crykori Island, you see. And though they have yet to squawk war from those colorful beaks of theirs, they've done everything they can to be a nuisance and prompt us to leave.
How can this recruit be of use?
Eager. That's good. Perhaps they've sent me more than the usual giblets this time. To think I thought my appointment here was a subtle suggestion that I'm no longer of use to the army of Garrowin. We'll show them I'm not so inept as they may think. You see, the Spirox have sent poachers to hunt the sand snappers to near extinction, taking from us one of our prime food sources. But you'll show them, won't you?
I will kill the poachers. There's the quest.
No hesitation, I like it. You will kill the poachers, and they will know Guylock knows how to delegate.
So, that was voiced. I believe there's quite a bit in the game that is voiced, but there's a whole lot that isn't. So this is not a fully voice-acted game, just to let you guys know. This guy used to never talk to us. I think years ago, they started adding voiceover. See, he doesn't talk, or he doesn't voice. What's it called? Those poachers that keep coming down to the beach in droves, causing problems for Guylock and the rest of us. They are feeble and addled, having sprung from damaged eggs, no doubt. Their masters give them weak weapons and send them down here to the beach to make trouble for us, killing the game the village depends on for food. Tell me more. We're not going to read that. That's a lot to read. I'm going to start coughing up a lung. But we'll accept that quest. That book icon, that indicates a turn-in. So. Oh, is this going to happen? This is what happens when you... This is their marketing, I'm guessing. They're saying, hey, if you sign up, meaning if you go monthly subscription, we're playing for free right now. So, if it's a monthly subscription, it tells you what you get for it. I'm not worried about it at the moment. I got too much on my plate with Pantheon. Yes, I said exactly what I said. Now here's one of the cool things I like about this game. These are your hotbars here, right? So it starts you with the first hotbar, and you can see it starts you with your starting abilities. You have your auto attack, your ranged attack. Then for the Berserker, we have Rupture. Inflicts 2 to 6 melee damage. Then we go over here to our taunt. So you can see it's called Mock. It interrupts the target, but also increases threat. We go over here to the next one, Strike of Consistency. Inflicts 3 melee damage on target. I believe all melee get Strike of Consistency in the beginning. And then anything with a yellow background is generally a buff, or something that happens with you. In this case, it's the Overseer stash. Now, Overseer is some other game that it's a game inside here that I know nothing about. I've never done it. It came in long after I'd stopped playing. Here's the cool thing. This is part of the customization I talk about with EQ2. I don't like the bars being like this or being this size. So if you right click on the bar, you can actually go in, you can create a macro based on your ability. You can clear the hotkey if you need to. You can open a new hotbar. However, you can also... no, not Windows settings. You can also go to... Where is it? Hotbar settings. You can actually change your hotbars. Art of Vision, having vision problems, can't quite see your skills, there you go. I like it to be a little smaller. I usually put it around 35. Now the cool thing is, not only can you change the size of the hotbars, but you can do the padding as well. So if you watch how close the skills are together, you can actually space them apart. I mean, come on. There's no other game out there that lets you do this. So we'll leave it at 1. You can map your hotbar, so it gives you the ability to set your hotbars in a specific order. Maybe you have a hotbar off to the side, maybe you have them side by side to each other. You can see here, there are options at the bottom that say Show Spinner, Allow Draggable Icons, Reverse Spinner, Show Icon Borders. Show Spinner puts a little arrow here. You can actually cycle through 10 hotbars if need be. If you want to try and save, like let's say you have a hotbar that just has potions on it and consumable items, temporary buffs, that sort of thing. You could always go to hotbar 2, put them all here rather than open up a new hotbar. And then when you've got your main bar, if you need to do all your pre-work, you just go up, do your pre-work, and then click back down again. That way it saves you from filling up. When you see Krushnek, you're going to look at it and go, oh my god, how do you even play? Draggable icons. We don't need the spinner. We can say draggable icons. That allows me to move the icons wherever I need them to go. So typically, I put my ranged attack up above from my melee. I don't do a whole lot of ranged. Then I typically line up with any sort of debuff, then threat, then a dot, and then damage. So we don't have any dots at the moment. So what we'll do is, or I guess we can do this for now. That'll work. That's our sprint icon here. Pop that, you can run. You can see here, it'll refresh in 50 seconds. You can always click it to turn it off. So they didn't start us with range? Oh, they did start us with range. Bar settings. We'll shrink this one too. So you can see here they have a feather in their name. It means that you have a quest update involving that mob. Also, you'll see that these names are in white with no other colors. You'll come across mobs later on that will have a main color for their name indicating their level. Gray, green, blue, white, yellow, orange, red. What you want to watch for is a darker red line that outlines all the letters. When you see that darker red line, like that's red text there on that guard, but if you saw a darker red line around that, that's aggro. That means if you approach, that mob's going to attack you. These guys won't attack us. We can go all the way up here. They won't do anything because they're not aggro. I wonder if it's still here. What would it be under? Oh yeah, you guys can't see all the options here. There's a lot of options. So if we go through alternate advancements, so this is how EQ2 does the AAs from EverQuest. You have your main, you have your Sarnak, which are race specific. You have your focus effects, these are typically passive, and then you have Berserker training, which is your specific Berserker skills. As you level, you get certain free picks for upgraded abilities. Now, this skill here in Rage, let's say for example, is at level 14. So normally when I hit level 14, I can get Enrage. If you look at the top of this tooltip, you'll see Enrage and then in brackets, Grandmaster. The skills in this game don't just have level unlocks, they have quality. So you could have Enrage at level 14, garbage. Then you could get a spellbook to drop or a scroll to drop to upgrade that to not quite so garbage. And then you might find another scroll for Enrage that ends up taking it to normal, and so on and so forth until you get to Grandmaster. So not only do you have your abilities as you level, but you have to keep up to date with the quality of your individual abilities. It's ridiculous, it's crazy. But every 14, 24, 34, 44, etc., you'll get the option to pick a Grandmaster of any of these abilities. So at level 14, a Berserker has Enrage, Raging Blow. Well, by level 14, a Berserker will have Enrage, Raging Blow 2, Body Check 2, and Mutilate, but chances are they won't be Grandmaster. Now, you would get level 14, you would come into your Berserker training, let's say you only have Enrage at Apprentice. Let's say you're tanking more often than not, so you want to make sure you have the best threat, but let's say you've been losing threat. So you'll go, okay, out of the 4 abilities here, I think I want a higher quality threat. So instead of the double-digit threat you'd be doing with the entry-level Enrage, you could go with the Grandmaster to max it out. Now you'll see that it says level 8. So when we hit level 8, we'll get Enrage at Apprentice, which is the first tier. Then you go from there. There is a lot. It's kind of like an iceberg effect. You see 10% and you think you're going to equate it to all other MMOs out there, but you can't, because EQ2 does stuff differently, and they do stuff in layers. And if you're not paying attention, you'll think you're good, but you're not at all. So you got to pay attention. Now, never mind this. Down the left side here, you'll see character development, which is what we're on right now. Then you'll see alternate advancement, trade skill, prestige, and trade skill prestige. So we're on character development. If we go to alternate advancement, here's a cool thing. They have presets that they put in the game for players on how to level out your tune. So let's say you spend most of your time soloing. They have a build where they actually it actually helps you know where to put your points. So as you go through your levels and you get your AAs, if you want to solo, you would select solo, and then here it would tell you the order in which to get your skills. All the way down. So it tells you here, your first point should go in execution or strength, which makes sense, that's the beginning. And then you build down from here. Then it tells you acceleration strike. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's telling you to get all 10 levels of acceleration strike. So it's their version of how to... You'll find your own way, and it'll take testing. But you'll read over the different options for your alternate advancements, and it will tell you what each one does. So you can figure out, do I tank with dual wield? Do I tank with the two-hander? Are there any abilities here that specify dual wield or two-hand? Kind of like what they want to do with the mastery system in Pantheon. All these tabs, and think of everything I just showed you. So all these tabs, even more, even more, even more, even more. All of this is in the game. It's ridiculous. Like I've forgotten more than I remember about this game. Now, the other thing is, you can actually do loadouts. So if you like the solo thing, the solo option down here, but a couple of things you want to change in your own build, you could do that and then save it as your personal loadout, and that way at least you'll have it. I don't really care about the solo. I always build towards group and raid. As you guys know, if you've been here long enough, I'm really not much of a soloer. I'm soloing now because I'm just trying to show you guys the game for the most part. At least the stuff that maybe you don't catch right away or nobody else has told you about. Then you come down to trade skill. Trade skill has its own advancement as well. And again, if you come up here, it shows you can have 3 of your own, or you can follow the guidelines for solo, group, and PvP. Yes, there's PvP. It's actually pretty fun. It's called Battlegrounds. I don't know if they've added other options, but Battlegrounds was pretty fun. Then you have your prestige. Your prestige builds on top of your character's adventuring, so skills that you might already have from your leveling, these actually amplify them more so. And then trade skill prestige will amplify your trade skill AAs based on what trade skill you took and so on. And again, they have solo, group, and PvP presets, but they also give you 3 slots for your own. You can see the new and the load here. So there's that. Far Seas, I don't know what this is. I'm assuming it's an expansion or something to do with the expansion. So I'm guessing you have to have this content in order to be able to get access to this window. I don't recall what that is. Probably after my time. Oh, I know what I want. Yeah, hang on. I know what I want to do. Try and find. Broker, I'm not worried about. Calendar, not worried about. Character sheet. I think we started to go over this earlier. So and as you get, there's a lot to this game. Hey, Stogram, EQ. Yeah, yeah, it's a thing. I'm gonna blame Cross. So anyhow, you come down here. I think we left off at factions, right? So I was explaining the factions, and as you go through all the content, it all shows here. So you select what content you're interested in, and then all the factions will populate. Yeah, you know what? Truth be told, I should probably be on Krushnek to show you guys this stuff. Let me get back over here and switch over to Krushnek. Oops. We can always jump back over to this guy after. Now, you're going to see a lot with Krushnek, so don't freak out. And I mean, you're going to see a lot. You're going to see some wild numbers. Back in the day, back in the first 6-7 years when SOE had EQ and was making all the content, I was a bit of a big deal. I said this yesterday, but I was a pretty big deal in EQ2 back then. I had 5 guilds fighting over me that had offered, they'd all offered to pay for my character to transfer to their server to tank for them. Just saying, I like to toot my own horn whenever I go into EQ2. This is Krushnek here. I've always loved this appearance. This armor set is just phenomenal. Anyhow, let's go in. I think I'm in Kinos at the moment, so we can show you what the city looks like. It might take a minute to render. I think we're on a mount as well. We're on a rare mount, so it'll take a minute to render that. It's a big mount. We're going to sit for a minute while everything renders. We're going to get some tooltips out of the way. Alright. That's Krushnek. Now, let me what? Where's the entrance over here? This is Kinos, by the way. Pretty big place. Let's go out to Antonica, or as you guys would know it, Kinos Hills and the like. Free flying in the game. Absolutely phenomenal. When you open the map, you can see your character's marker versus the size of the map itself. Anything with the red arrow indicates a zone that you zone into that anybody can get access to. Typically a green arrow, I believe, would mean that it's a personal instance, meaning that it would just be you and your group. Then, of course, I explained earlier, the yellow dots indicate the different regions inside your map. Now, the interesting thing here is you have a lot of different realms to look at. So let's say we wanted to find out what was going on in Everfrost. It'll actually change the map to Everfrost. And we can actually see different locations. Maybe we're looking for Storm Edge Isle and we didn't know where it was, so you cycle through maps to find it. But everything is here and you can plan ahead of time, so you don't have to be there to know what the zone looks like. So, Karen, this is the world map. So you can see on this side of the world, Antonica, we have access to these locations. This is part of Kinos. You can see Kinos Province District, Kinos Capital District, Castleview, Greystone, Oak Mist. These are all starting areas for good races and some neutral. Then you see the Thundering Steppes over here, which is the next zone over. That's where you would go once you hit like level 20, roughly. Probably 17, 18. Anyhow, now. Remember what I was talking about, hotbars and so on? At level 125, this is what I dealt with, okay? Don't freak out. I think that's all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 hotbars. I use all of this. Most of this. Some of this I only use in certain situations. But these are all the skills I have available. This is what I was telling you guys on earlier streams. These abilities set you apart from every other Guardian or every other Templar or every other Coercer or what have you. Because you have multiple cooldowns. There's no one universal global cooldown. But multiple skill types will have the same oh my god, it's just going to pop up every few minutes? That's new. But you would need to know. That's why I told you earlier, Cross, don't burn any sort of heroic token to start with the level 100 tune, because it's going to throw all this at you and you're going to be like, what the frig is this? I'm done. But I utilize all of these abilities, all of them. And these are skills, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57. You get the point. I can use all of these in combat. All of them. So a person looks at that and goes, why would you even do that? That's like too much work. Da, da, da. If you start at level 1 and play your class as you level, this becomes second nature. You got to trust me on it. But this is what sets me apart from 100 or 1,000 other Guardians. What I do might not be what you do. We could all have the same gear, the same skills, the same whatever. But when I go into combat, everything I do here with my skills is going to set me apart from you and vice versa. One of us is going to shine, one of us is going to be awful. It's just the way it's going to be. I'm not a big fan of what they call limited action set. You'll hear Joppa, speaking of Pantheon, you'll hear him, he might say LAS, or limited action set. What that means is you only have 4 hotkeys for your techniques, 7 hotkeys or whatever for your utility, and 10 hotkeys for your abilities, your action bar, and that's it. That's a limited action set because you're limited to what you can have there. I've said this before with Pantheon. You're given many more abilities as you level than you have spots. That's on purpose. A smart, really good player will know when to open their skill book, whether you're a caster or melee, and you'll know when to socket in your abilities for certain situations. If you don't, and you only put in whatever you unlock as you level, you're doing it wrong, and you're fail. And you can take that to the bank. That's the truth. You need to know when to swap your stuff out. When I talk about the Necromancer in Pantheon, and I talk about how versatile the Necromancer is, it's because of all the abilities the Necromancer has. It's not just the Necromancer out of the gate as you're leveling. You have to know when to swap in skills and abilities based on what you're fighting. And if you're not paying attention to that, you're missing a lot for any of the classes in the game. Anyhow. I'll shrink these. Well, I'll probably shrink these in a minute. Let's look at the character. Okay, brace yourself. Remember, this game's been out for like 26 years. So, my health is measured at 1,267,341,957. My strength is 64,023. Now, you look at that and go, okay, that just sounds ridiculous. EverQuest 2 had to do something with their stat based on the amount of content they had and all the gear you could get and the way they changed certain encounters and content with expansions. They had to do stat crunching, and there was only so much they could do. So you're seeing these massive numbers, but again, remember I'm level 125. You won't see these at level 1 or level 10 or level 40. It'll look more normal, but the high-end games, specifically the rating, it changed how your stats are measured. So if I was wearing the best gear right now for a Guardian, I'd probably have 3 to 4 times the amount of health. I watched a Paladin on stream during COVID, and I think they had 3.5 billion health. And I had to look twice because I thought I was missing digits or counting extra digits. But trust me, these stats, they work with the current content. It all works. I'm not stupidly overpowered. I'm actually wearing gear. Well, I need to repair. As you can see, all gear has condition, so it wears down. Every time you die, you lose 10% on your armor. Got to pay attention to that, especially on raids. But you can see some of the stats here. 2,601 to primary attributes, which means if my primary attributes were strength and stamina got boosted by 2,600. I got 163,000 health just from this earring. Again, it sounds massive, but you have to remember, this game's been out for a very long time, and the stats are something in themselves. But it does work out. You're not overpowered. I mean, I'll be overpowered fighting this stuff, because this is just like level 10. But the current content will be perfectly fine. Now, with that said, I said earlier, you guys are seeing this armor match this mount based off of the armor that I have here. So if I go ahead and, if I open my bags, these can be shrunk too. This is all default because I only just reinstalled this yesterday. Thanks, Cross, by the way. Normally I shrink these down so I don't have to worry about them. But with this said, if I take off the Brilliant Breastplate, for example, that's my actual chest. I don't like that look, and I love this look. So I put the chest back on. It covers it up. Even if this is statted gear, these stats don't add to your equipment. Appearance is completely separate. It's for the Barbie in me to dress however I feel like wanting to dress for whatever reason. Now, we'll see. I'll get off the mount. I forget how to get off the mount. What is my mount? Been so long. Divine Spirit. This is it. This is not it. What did I just cancel? Oh, it came back. What is my mount? Isn't it a... Oh, wait. No. It's a button here. Oh, so I'm talking like I don't know what I'm doing. Where's my mount? Here it is. There we go. Okay, hang on. We gotta change this. I gotta change this now. No, chat, if I was level 1, I would not have to do this. Because I would only have one hotbar up. If I went to the current content right now, by the way, even at my level, I'm pretty sure it would just wipe me into yesterday. Like my gear is far behind. It's been years since I've played this dude. Now again, what I could do, a couple of these hotbars could go on the spinner, like I was talking about before, and then I could just cycle, use them, cycle back. But I'm lazy and I don't want to do that. And some people might say, well, why don't you just put 2 rows down here? I could do that as well, but my brain's not trained to do that. My brain is trained to deal with this. And I'm not about to learn how to do it side by side because we're not getting into this. Am I encumbered? Why am I walking like I'm encumbered? No encumbrance. Why is my speed minus 70? I don't know why I'm walking slow. Increases fervor, must not be engaged in combat. Can I turn that off? That still didn't speed me up. Why? Why am I walking slow? I don't know what's happening, chat. I'm walking slow for some reason. Why's my speed? You will run 70% slower than normal. Why? Nothing's broken. I don't know what half this stuff means. It's been so long. I don't know why I'm not running normal. Why do I keep getting hit with invigorated? Oh, okay, hang on. I don't understand. Back to the mount. Hey, Mr. Deg, what's happening? Hey, Duraz. EQ2. I know, right? What is this? Blasphemy. What are you doing? Now, a blue glow to a feather typically means it's a quest below your level, so probably not something you want to do. I don't know why I'm walking 70% slower. I want to get to the bank first. I got a couple more things to show you guys since we're doing this. Now, you can't fly in the city. I can't I mean, we can do this. This is the equivalent to a flying mount on a ground mount, just so you know. But I can't actually lift off. I gotta remember where to go. Stables. Mender. Let's go to the mender first. I don't like the fact that my gear is almost busted. I remember some places.
Cozier than a nice hot. Nothing's cozier than a nice hot porch.
Here we go. I said, where was I going? I said the bank, right? Bank is this way. That's the mailbox. I don't know what these stones are for. Dragon, Scratch, Lava Stone. This must have something to do with an expansion.
The Kino's guard demands.
So this is the bank, if I remember correctly. Yeah, the exchange. So the broker allows you to buy server-wide.
Let me know if there's something.
So it show. Oh, we're selling stuff apparently. Your sales log shows you what you've sold over time. We don't really sell a whole lot of stuff here. But then you can go in here, advanced search. Say you want to look for one-hand slashing weapon. You want it for primary slot. You want it for guardian. And you want to search for all weapons from level 30. Oh, is 145 the new level? Wow. 30 to 50. And then you hit OK. Then it comes up and shows you, and then you can sort by pricing. Expensive to cheapest, cheapest to expensive. Anything in a gray name means it's an item beneath your level, so it's probably not worth your time. But you can actually just mouse over the icon and see the stats to it. So if you're low level and say you're looking for something with stamina, you might see these swords, and even though these swords might have higher damage, this one here has 14 to stamina, so you think to yourself, oh, you know what? I need stamina. Then you go ahead and pick it up. So there's a lot of features with it. Like this, the game is massive at this point, period. It is. But now we need to go to the banker. This is where it gets problematic. Whoops. So here is the bank. What opens all the bags? Is it Shift B? Oh god, nothing is sized. So, cool thing is, so if you hold Control, your mouse cursor will turn into a magnifying glass when you're over an item. Now, if you go ahead and right-click and examine... Oh, that's not it. I think it's left-click. There. It shows you what it looks like. So, if you can... We have nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. So if we go ahead and put Crush off to the side there, get him in picture, and then start clicking stuff, like the Barbie that I am, you can see all sorts of appearances. Puts a shield on, that's a pulsing heart. Shows you the sword. You can come over here and say you want a cloak. They have like a billion different cloaks, as far as graphics, stats, etc. Different helmets. Nothing there, nothing there. What's this? Even if you can't use it on your toon, you can still examine it to see what it would look like. This is Shadow Knight type armor. You see it has a theme. Where's the... Oh, is this my... Oh, this is my jam here, I think. Okay, hang on. These were, at the time, rare shoulders, only available in one specific situation. The rest of this armor is crafted. This is ebon armor, which is crafted. But I ended up doing this just to get the shoulder pads or the pauldrons because I was the only one that had these back when they dropped. And I used to think to myself, dude, this is pretty, I feel like Road Warriors. If you know, you know. So it's very cool because just like Pantheon, this game uses unique appearance models. Now, I do believe there's one other shoulder in the game that has this graphic. I don't think it's the same color, but I think the horns are the same style. I just don't know where it is. But you can switch all sorts of things up just to see. And all this gear, like if you notice here, the elaborate pauldrons, there's no stats. It says level 1. So this was this was specifically designed for appearance armor. But if you come over here to armor that has stats, you can still check out what this stuff looks like. You can see that looks pretty awesome. That's similar to the lava that I have, but that's like Rime. That's like Everfrost or Permafrost. Which is pretty, I mean, like, the amount of appearance in this game is ridiculous. We have masks for Halloween or Halls of the Dead, or Night of the Dead, sorry. We have a scarecrow mask, glowing pumpkin. We have skeleton. We have axe to the head. What else do we have? We got some not so fancy looking armor. Makes you look very unarmed, even though in actuality it is armor. You can see it has stats. And you can of course jump over here and just start hitting. Like, there's a cool effect. Like, this game looks so good, man. I've gotten rid of so many cloaks, but I kept all the cloaks that had animations. And you can see some armor is similar. So these legs here, the Brilliant Greaves of Technique, they share the same graphic as the appearance legs I'm wearing currently. Then you have all sorts of different shields. Do I have them to show? What is this? I don't think those little... No, those are different legs. My armor might not be in the right order. I have a lot of it. Nightmare's Greatsword. Did you see that? It plays out like a lightsaber. Do it again. Zoom. Dude, there's so much coolness. Dude, this game is fantastic. The Empowered Ghoulbane. Ghoulbane, of course, is a sword designed for undead damage. If you know, you know. If you're familiar with EQ. Cleaver of the Draconic Defender, of course, dual wielding. You can always hit reset, go back to your initial appearance. Oh, we have bags stacked on top of each other. That's what's happening. This is the Hero of Ogok, so this is ogre-specific appearance. Now, it shares a similar graphic appearance to the Battlegrounds armor. Kind of, not really. This is unique. This appearance does not exist anywhere else in the game. This is specifically ogre racial, and it's done through the marketplace. So if you go into the marketplace, you can go to... Well, they've added a bunch of stuff. Appearance items, armor, plate. Then it shows you different types of armor. Now the cool thing is, you can still hold down control, get the magnifying glass, and click, and it shows you the full set. So you know what it looks like. No stats, these are only for appearance. Come over here. Kinos Protector. I really like this appearance. Very, you know, Roman centurion sort of with the helm. And then you could always click back, and let's say you wanted to look at leather. Shows you leather appearance. You've got additional down here as well. So that's the plate. But if you come down here to, let's say chain. Oh, I guess this is all of them. Oh, these are the racials. Yeah. So the Erisai, which are like Fae, that's their appearance. Then you go to Iridite. This is what they would look like. This is their racial armor. Then you go to High Elf. This is the High Elf armor. Ogre, of course, you guys just saw. Barbarian is pretty crazy. Look at that. Look at that. That's epic. It's phenomenal for barbarians. Now, anybody can get these armors. So I could get this and put this on if need, but I'm just saying, their idea for what the barbarian is, that just looks phenomenal. It's arguably probably one of the best appearance sets in the game. You have Dark Elf. Gnome has a very steampunk appearance. You can see the spark graphic, the short circuit graphic popping up there. Human, looking very regal. And then one of my favorite, the Rotanga. Tell me that's not a swashbuckler outfit, which is an outfit my swashbuckler has. It's phenomenal. It looks amazing on Rotanga. There's all sorts of stuff to jump into. Cloth, let's say you're a cloth caster. Spell sword. You got your plate spaldrons, or pauldrons, but everything else is kind of cloth. You jump into the brawlers setup. That's your gi, I guess if you want to consider it a gi. That's pretty cool, that's new. I don't recognize this set. Now, I'm not 100% certain, but I believe that if I was an All Access member, I believe there are more armor sets available. Possibly. Key signature weapons. Oh, we already saw those. This is my favorite armor set, hands down. Now, that's because the mount has the same kind of graphic technology, so it looks like it's over the shield. What else do I have that I can show? Do I have anything else? Probably show some shields. There's another shield there. Wolves Howl. This is an appearance item. Turns you into a Drollvarg. I can't tilt the camera. You can see that's an illusion. Guise of the Deceiver. Turns you into a Dark Elf. Oh, you've already seen that set. Flesh Wound. Is this the... Yeah, okay. Do I have this? I don't know if I have all this. Yeah, there you go. Get there as well. What else? This was my coolest armor set for the longest time. Oh, I don't have all the pieces to this. Yeah, I do. I got the main ones. This was my favorite armor of all time back in the beginning. This comes off of dragons in what was it, Vishan's Peak? This is the whole Vishan Peak armor set. I always wanted it for the helmet. This helm graphic didn't exist. This was a one of one. There were no other helmets that had this graphic, and this was meant to show you that if you were wearing this, you killed the big guy. I can't remember his name for the life of me. But I managed to get it. It just took a while. Got some more cloaks here. That's the ugliest cloak. I can't stand this cloak. This cloak came out with the Void expansion, Shadow Odyssey. This was part of the pre-event, the pre-story that was leading you into the expansion. And I don't like this at all. As you can see, they put a lot of attention and detail into all their armor. That one just looks sick, but I don't have any sort of armor that would match it. I mean, I'd have to be playing the game, and we're not going to do that. Frostfell, that's their version of Christmas. That's the holiday hat there. What else do we have? Nothing else in that bag. This is the Nightborn. Ah, okay. So you get the general. I don't have all the pieces to this. This is what the Battlegrounds armor looks like. That's the Battlegrounds armor for Guardians and Berserkers. Just imagine the legs and the gloves being similar to this kind of style. That's the PvP armor. As you can see, there are no PvP stats on it because this is the appearance version of that. That's the shield that goes with the armor. There's another shield. Another shield. That would go great with the Centurion style armor that we saw. Dragonbone Guard. I don't like the small shields. I prefer the, you know, big old tower shields. Then you've got weapons. They have different abilities, different appearances, all sorts. Again, a lot of this is unique, so when you see it, you know where the person got it. Cool little effect. You can see the charge down here at the hilt. What do we got? Let me see. We got some more. Clear. Those not having appear. Oh, they're lava. Okay. Yeah, so they're other pieces, other similar lava pieces. We have those arms, those arms, those arms. Hundreds, if not thousands, of different appearances, chat. This is ridiculous. It gets like Pokemon. That's why I make jokes about being a Barbie, because I have to get all of it. I have to collect so much stuff just to look good. And then you just mix and match armor. You might find a couple pieces of armor that you're not going to use for the stats, and you wish you had the rest of the appearance, but you don't. Say you had the helm, the chest piece, and the boots, but then 3 expansions down the road, you get all the other pieces that have that appearance, so you're like, oh, I got that stuff in the bank, or, oh, I deleted all that, I gotta get it back. Now you have your full set. So it's not that they give you the full set every single expansion. The stuff gets spread out on purpose. And some stuff could come from questing, some stuff could come from group content, some stuff could come from raiding, but they all share the same appearance aspect, which is how you get a completed set. You can't just go in and get whatever completed set you want, period. So, what else do we have? We saw that. 2-hand graphic there. Another cloak. Another cloak. Another cloak. There's a lot of gear. A lot. I don't know what half this stuff is. Oh, this is the gold horse. This is my Oscar armor. That's the Gold Hoarder armor. This is a very rare armor set that you have to go out and farm for. It can be very difficult to get all the pieces. Thankfully, we got all the pieces. What else do we have? No. No, I don't have that whole set. There's a tower shield here. Lava aspect. Well, we saw that one. There's those shoulders there. I could put those on with the rest of the lava set, but I didn't like the look of those compared to the other ones that I have on. More cloaks. No. We saw those. What's this? Same thing. Oh, that's similar to the Battlegrounds armor, just different coloring. This is the Rhyme armor, or the Archivist armor. Seems to be the consensus. I've been dabbling a bit with it lately, since I also started Riku Journey as well. Last time I logged in, the TLP that gave tickets to have account-wide heritage quests, but apparently they deleted the vendor. Cloak is gross. No way you're playing EQ2 today. I was just thinking about this game again all day. No, you weren't, Leroy. Nobody was thinking about EQ2. Although, when we installed this earlier today, all 4 live servers were heavy population, which is crazy. I've never seen that in a long time. I was on the Bazaar server. I used to level up tunes and sell them for real money. I can't imagine being allowed today. Yeah, that was a long time ago. I put a value on my time invested in the game as well back in the day. Go through a few more weapon appearances. Crossbow. Dragonkin blade. Shield from Zlandakar. I always like this graphic. I just wish the shield was bigger for an ogre. What are these? Ah, there you go. Got some Rhyme armor there. Some of the robes. There's one that's pretty cool. We had some pretty cool, I think, did he have the gi? I don't know if he had the gi or not. We'll find out. Pirate garb. That's some more lava armor. Oh, I showed you this one. That was in the market as well. Oh, that was the armor. Yeah, that was the armor with the spiked shoulders. I think that's just about all we have on Crush right now. No other bag open. Oh, I don't want to move these bags. Can we? Isn't there a way? Window settings? Oh. Is there a way to change the size of these? Am I wrong? Yeah, that's it. Well, I guess we'll move them. I don't know what's on them. No gear there. No gear there, no gear there. No gear there. What's this? Those are just boxes. I was a Fey assassin, right on. We used to raid 3 nights a week. This game took 4 years ago. This game took a decade for me. You can get on Spotify and make a playlist of all the music from every zone. Wow. Yeah, this game, man. Oh, let me show you. So, those of you that played WoW, you guys are getting your housing stuff or whatever with the midnight unlock or the midnight launch next month or March. I'll show you how EQ2 did it 15 years ago. So, let me get off the mount because it's a little distracting. Actually, let me close top bars. Because again, we're not going to be playing this. It's fine. Okay, oh, we're moving normal speed now. Must have been our repaired gear. Must have been. Okay, so EQ2 did something really cool. EQ2, this is normal housing. So if you click on this, this is one of the housing buildings. It tells you what the initial cost is to purchase the place and then what the upkeep is, which comes out, I think it's once a week. Now, it tells you that it has a vendor and 6 vault slots as far as storage goes. You could always say, it says here you must have a guild level of 30 to purchase this home. I'm not in a guild, I don't think, on this guy currently, and we don't have a level of 30, so I can't buy this one. Money's not an option on Krushnek. There's another player there. They're on their own mount. Oh, mounts. I was going to show you his mounts. Yeah. Hang on. I'm getting ahead of myself. Mounts. These are all the mounts Krushnek has collected. Quite a few. Not all of them, though, because I got all the main ones and left it at that. Can I appearance this? So, this is our current mount. I don't know if I can... I can't fit the whole thing in view. It won't let me scroll up and down. That's as good as it gets. Oh, I can't turn the mount either. Oh, yes, I can. Okay. So there you go. So that's my current mount right there. But then you go to the Sokokar, which came out with the Canarch expansion. That's what they look like. I can click this same thing. Different animation with the cold breath or what have you. You can see the frost coming off of it. Sky Shrine Dracota. This was a rare mount. In red, being fabled. This was my favorite mount for a long time, until I got Tacitus. Then you have Mazu, Titan of Water. And as you can see, all the mounts give your character stats. You see it in the tooltip. Block chance, potency, crit chance. Certain mounts gave certain bonuses, so even though you had a mount that you might have liked the appearance of, it might not have had stuff for your class, so you got to pay attention. And there's griffins. And what I'm showing you is only a fraction of what exists. This is Feralith. Get our Dragon Ball Z on. Ashendor was another rare. Same version as the Ebon one we just saw, but as you can see, it's got a green, a yellow, and a lightning effect to it. And the Wind Gazer. And there's many more. Okay, so housing. So what they did after the first couple of years with EQ2, they decided to do prestige housing, and I believe they did it because not only because the players wanted it, but because they thought they could make a bit of extra coin from it or what have you by charging money to purchase cosmetic type deal. Anyhow, over time, veteran players got certain land deeds for free. So you didn't have to pay for anything, you just got your deed, you claimed it, and away you go. So if we go here, we can see here that on the left-hand side, this is all the housing that's available. Pay attention. That's all housing. Now, you can select the housing, get 2 screenshots of what the place looks like. Let's say you want to tour it. I've never seen this. I don't know what this is. I'm assuming it's either the current expansion or the one before. It'll take a minute to load you into an example of an empty version of that zone. So what they did was they took key areas from out in the game and gave you your own property. Nobody touches this. Star Wars Galaxies was the closest game to touch this kind of housing, but EQ2 knocked it out of the park. Nobody's duplicated it. And WoW won't give you this when their housing comes out. It won't be the same thing. Trust. EQ2 and Star Wars Galaxies are the 2 biggest games for housing, and they were pretty good, but EQ2 knocked it out. EQ2 had more time to knock it out of the park. I haven't even gotten into talking about furniture. Okay, so that's a portal that allows you to access the city that you were in and your house. So this whole area, for the most part, is now. Can we? Oh, of course, I don't have my. Gotta bring the hotbars back up now to get my mount. I don't know if I can fly around in here. Why I put my mount so high up on the bar, I have no idea. Oh, you can't fly. Perfect. So, before they put in prestige houses, they had 3 or 4 different levels of regular housing, and the housing were like apartments. So the base entry one was 2 rooms. You zoned in, you had your main living room, and then you had a room off to the side. Well, no, actually, you had your one main room. Then you went to the next level up, you had your one main room and an off suite. Kind of like 1 bedroom with bachelor, sort of. Or one bedroom with den. And then you went the next step up and you got 2 rooms and an upper floor. And then you go the next step up and you got 3 or 4 rooms on both floors. Then you go higher into the guild housing and you get these giant castle type zones where you could put all your raid trophies, furniture, guilds could meet up, you could put teleport pads in that your guildmates can get all around, travel around the world. Then they got it in their head to give you these prestige housings. Because people were getting so much furniture, they couldn't fit it in their current houses. They had no space. So they gave you pretty much a section of zone. So this is actually a zone you can go out and quest in, kill stuff in, etc. And they just yoinked it from the game and gave it to you as a property. You could build your house, your furniture here, what have you. You can come over here onto this island. Now, you can't go over there. This is all border. You can't go over there. There's probably an invisible wall here at some point. But this gives you much more space than a 2-bedroom apartment. Now, that's just one. Oh, I just run into it. Okay. It's been a minute, chat. You gotta bear with me. The guilds ended up being the main hangouts? Yes, they did. So, I'll show you one of Krushnek's housing. Well, we'll show you a couple. Let's go to Mistmore. So this is Castle Mistmore, for those who are familiar. This is a section of the zone they pulled out to give you for housing. I absolutely loved the aesthetic of this zone, so I picked it up in a heartbeat. Now it's going to take a minute because there's probably a bunch of stuff that's going to render in here because I haven't been here in a while. There's quite a few things here. These are furniture items that count as teleport stones, so they can take you to the different zones, different content. These pictures, same thing. These pictures will warp you to certain zones. Teleport, what have you. Then as you can see, this is much larger than a 3-bedroom apartment. This has nothing in it because this place is too big for me. I didn't really care for furniture. So I never collected a bunch of it. I just got whatever came from group dungeons, raiding, and the odd crafter that got annoyed with me because I never decorated my places. This was a horrible fight in Era, by the way. This was a horrible fight that took place here. The raid encounter. This is Mayong Mistmore's room. Mayong Mistmore spawns up here on the top of the stairs. And all these, picture this as just walls, floor, and ceiling. Anything you see that has a graphic is furniture. It's just some of the furniture that I put in here. Like even that there, it's furniture. And then we have a bunch of stuff dumped in storage. Just because I didn't want to sit here and decorate. Players used to make real-time money going into somebody's place and decorating it. They had competitions and everything. Now, some of this stuff has utility. This is the altar for my deity. I think it's for Inaruk. So I can actually pray here and get certain bonuses or benefits if I meet the requirements. All of this stuff is furniture. Every single thing you see, every single jar here, this isn't one unit. That's furniture, that's furniture, that's furniture. Like, there's so much furniture, it's ridiculous. All these books, individual books that I can pick up, put in my inventory that you just find out in the world. Some more pictures, or paintings, I guess you could say. Some of these were from Legends of Norath. Legends of Norath was the CCG, Magic the Gathering classic card game. It was like a collector's game they had for EQ. You pretty much bought the packs for the cards because you were looking for specific ones. Like Cloak of the Sea Fury, which made you ridiculously big. Okay, then over here, you have like your AA mirror. Remember I showed you guys your AAs at the beginning of our time in here? I think we could click on it. How do we access it? Oh, maybe we have nothing saved to it. So, okay. So K is your knowledge book. This is where all your combat arts and what have you go. So you can see on the abilities page, we have 3 pages. Shows you different abilities to use, shows you some more abilities that you've earned, and then some more. Then you come over here to spells. Now, we don't cast spells as a guardian, so the only one we have is Diamond Flesh, but that's like a stone skin that was given to us as part of content. So, but combat arts, you can see we have 5 pages. I have it set to show the highest level of all. So when I go through here, you just see all the main skills. I mean, you could keep going. If you saved absolutely every single skill to look at, I didn't do that. I made it so that I only saw the highest level of all the main skills I would need. Trade skills, same thing. Crafting is a little different. Crafting, when you go in to actually make an item, you actually play a mini game, which is almost like combat. You have progress and durability. 2 different bars. The higher both of those bars are when you get to the end of the craft, the higher the quality of the item. So you actually had to fight, because as you would level up in craft, I'm not going to show you, we're not going to get into it, I'll be here all night. When you get into crafting, you have 4 different levels to fight through. There's a progress bar on all 4 levels. So as your progress bar moves, you may get hit with what are called complications. When you hit a complication, it might come up with a wrench. So if it does, in your little crafting bar, you'll have a wrench ability that will light up. When it lights up, you need to click it. If you don't click it or you miss it or you click the wrong one, you'll be penalized and your progress goes back the other way. You can also have critical failures and screw up the whole combine. So you got to pay attention. You can't walk away from crafting. Upgrades. They added research later in the game's history, so it allowed you to try and catch up on certain skills. So for example, Taunting Strike 2, we have the level below that, below Journeyman. But if I wanted the Journeyman level, which I don't have, it only shows you skill quality that you don't have. Then you can go over here and say, okay, it's going to take 30 days. So if I select that and hit start researching, in 30 days, I'll get this level regardless. Now, in 30 days, I might come across the master version of this skill, in which case this is going to serve me no purpose at all. However, if you've got the wallet, over here, you can use station cash to advance how much time it takes. That's by design. Just to give you some ideas. Yes, I can't stress to you guys enough. Like, I know a lot of you guys that lived in EverQuest 1 or World of Warcraft have no idea what EQ2 has to offer, but I'm telling you, this game is ginormous. Its game is just absolutely ginormous. Any way you shake it, it's ginormous. And it's still in business, 26 years later. There's nothing else you could say about it. It destroys World of Warcraft for content. People might like the stories, and we all love the Blizzard videos, and we wish they would make full, what have you. But as far as content goes, you can't beat EverQuest 2, except for EverQuest 1. We can go show you the fright map. Well, actually, we'll do this. So, the Isle of Refuge is the starting place in EverQuest 2. So when you first created a character back in the day, before they added Gorowin, the place that we were at earlier with the Sarnak, you started in the Isle of Refuge. It's a fairly large zone that gives you quests from like level 1 to level 8, just enough to get you on your way, and then it ushers you off the island into whatever city you've chosen. They actually allowed you to take that area as a house. And when I say area, they gave you the whole zone. So this is the full starting area in EQ2 that they gave you as a housing option. It might take a minute to load. I just wish, man, 20 years, I wish more people would have had the patience to give this game time. Everybody jumped to WoW, and then WoW sunk their hooks into them, and that was it. So the whole island is your home. It's the whole starting area. I believe it's the biggest housing structure in the game, and it allows you to decorate every inch of the island. It's also crazy, I didn't realize I could fly in here. Which kind of makes sense, though. The water's available. That dock is available, or that wharf is available. Everything you see here is available to be decorated on. That's supposed to be the moon of Luslan. It got kablooied a while ago. I don't know what that moon is. Again, I haven't been here in a while, so I don't know what they're up to for content. But that was the destroyed moon. They had it back in the day that Luslan was destroyed. They didn't want to mirror EQ1 with EQ2, so that they didn't want people to go on and say, hey, where's Luslan? When are we going to get Luslan? When are we going to the moon? They said, frig that, in this timeline we're going to destroy it. That's what they did here. Just to give you an idea as to the size of this zone. That's me, right? And then just to give you an idea as to how big, because it might not look that big when I'm up in the air. It's a massive area. Anyhow, let's get out of this. Oh my goodness, it's 1 a.m. Okay, that's going to be the last thing I show you guys. I got to get to bed. We're not doing this. How do I get out? Oh, I guess we do this. New house. Keno's Capital District. I had so much fun in this game. Man, when I discovered streaming, it was just after I'd stopped playing. Well, it was a few years after I stopped playing. Oh no, I guess it'd be around the same time I stopped playing, right? EQ2 was what, 2004? 2013, 9 years? Yeah, it would have been just after EQ2. I wish, man, if I could have shown you guys House of the Rising Phoenix and all the stuff we did and how, dude. It was a wild time. I love this game. I'm so glad they stuck with it. I'm so glad it has content, and I'm so glad the 4 servers that we saw earlier were all on heavy population. Anyhow, with that said, I'm gonna go, or I'm gonna keep talking, and I'm not gonna get to bed, and that's gonna be a bad thing. Okay, so apparently the storm has started here. The snow has started. I don't know what the plan is for tomorrow. We're going to see how I'm feeling if I have to be out in the snow for any amount of time in the morning. Doing stuff like snow clearing has unfortunately a significant negative impact on the back, but we'll play it by ear. Regardless, as always, I hope you guys enjoyed your time here this evening. We got a lot done between the raiding and whatnot. We didn't get to the AMA. We'll get to the AMA maybe tomorrow, maybe Tuesday. I know I need time to get to it. Oh, I also found out about this game called No Rest for the Wicked, which is an action RPG that's being developed. I might take a look at that this week also. Anyhow, that's enough out of me. You guys have yourselves a good evening or a good day. And as always, I hope to see you guys in the next stream. Take care.